The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free.
Mr. Chen is in the courtroom. The jury are here too, by the way. We're here to start the jury trial today. The defense filed a motion of notice of intention to introduce expert testimony on Friday. We had some conversation about that as a group over the telephone. The state has filed the response, and see where Mr. Weiss filed a response to the state's response as well. So let's just start from the top. It is the state's motion. So if you want to argue down.
Your Honor, it is the state's response.
State's motion to exclude defense testimony.
Sure, Your Honor. And the state did file, as the court just noted, a lengthy response with much law included. Procedurally, for the record, the parties were in Davidson County on the 8th and the 9th of last week to church to choose a jury. Mr. Chen had been transported on January 6th to the Davidson County Jail. Jury selection began promptly on the 8th and ended in the late afternoon of the 9th. The court did inform the parties that court would be closed on January the 10th due to inclement weather. Friday, January the 10th, all parties, including Mr. Chen, were back in Hamilton County, and at approximately 2:15, the state received notice from Mr. Weiss, the defendant's attorney, that they were giving notice to the state that they intended to introduce expert testimony regarding the defendant's mental condition, presumably at the time of the offense in 2022. Of course, this caused concern for the state for many reasons, primarily the timeliness and the violation of Rule 12.2b in terms of notice of a defendant's mental condition. The state asked for a phone conversation with all parties on Friday. Type of hearing or discovery or meeting with the parties. It is significant to note that Mr. Moyle and I, General Moyle and I, have met with Ms. Morris and Mr. Weiss multiple times throughout the last several months to exchange even undiscoverable evidence. The state has gone out of its way to provide demonstrable exhibits, PowerPoints. We allowed them to look through our own box account. We've had several, met them at the police department to review evidence. Never has an expert witness been mentioned, and the defendant's notice did not provide any information as to what mental condition was being alleged or asserted by their expert. The court then ordered informally on that phone call that the defendant basically turn over what was in their possession in regards to the mental condition and any information about the expert. Mind you, the name of the expert was not listed in the notice that was filed at 2:15 on a snow day. And on Friday, later in the day, Mr. Weiss did send a email to General Moyle and I with the expert's name and his curriculum vitae. And I believe in that email it was also notice It was a letter that signified that while the expert was not licensed as a psychologist in the state of Tennessee, he had (18th, 2024). It was not until approximately 5:30 on Saturday that the state received what is entitled memorandum pertaining to expert testimony. In that memorandum, the psychologist kindly explains and articulates the law to this criminal court, of which 4 attorneys involved in this case and a criminal court judge are acutely aware. And there's one paragraph in that alleged expert's report that has to do with Jason Chen. There is one sentence in that report that states that Mr. Chen was not able that Mr. Chen was unlikely to have possessed the requisite premeditation for the act of criminal homicide. The memorandum never mentions a mental condition. As it stands right this second, the day of trial, the state has no idea what mental condition the defendant is alleging he had on November 23rd, 2022. We don't know if it's an intellectual disability based on the tests that were apparently administered to the defendant, which are attached to the expert's memorandum. Based on those, it would indicate it was some type of intellectual disability, as those are psychological examinations that go to reasoning and critical thinking. We have no idea if it's a mental health disorder such as schizophrenia or bipolar. We had heard on the phone call with Your Honor the words voluntary intoxication. Voluntary intoxication, the word intoxication, the word substance abuse, the word addiction is never in the alleged expert's memorandum. This is the epitome of unfairness, Judge. The state has the right to present rebuttal proof. It's one of the reasons why Rule 12.2 has a timing subsection to it. There is no way, it is not virtually impossible, it is absolutely impossible that the state ever could have searched for or investigated any type of rebuttal proof for an expert that we not only knew, well, we didn't know of, but we still, as of 9:30 on January 13th, have no idea what the expert is going to allege or opine at trial. We were not able to voir dire jurors on whatever mental In fact, if the jury was sitting in the box right now for voir dire, we would have no idea what to voir dire the jury on. We have the right to a fair voir dire. We would have, in fact, asked questions that pertained to some mental disorder, mental condition, mental health issue. I have no idea. Intellectual disability. No clue. We would have, in fact, voir dired on that issue. It would have changed the process of voir dire for us. It would have changed the preparation for trial for the state of Tennessee. Had we known that there was any type of expert witness that has to do with psychology or the defendant's mental condition, we would have an expert witness sitting in the audience right now to hear what this expert has to say if the court allows the expert to testify this morning in any type of deposition or hearing. We would have them here. We weren't able to do that for obvious reasons. We learned the expert's name at the end of the day on Friday the 10th. Saturday and Sunday are not working business days. While the state of Tennessee worked all weekend, a psychologist or psychiatrist in Chattanooga, we couldn't get a hold of them. And while no party in this courthouse should ever underestimate the capabilities of the state of Tennessee, we are not magicians. We can't just come up with a rebuttal expert witness on a mental condition that we are unaware of at 9:30 on January the 13th. This notice was untimely. This notice never would have been able to happen in any other case in Your Honor's court except for a sequestered case done in the manner in which it was done in this case. The state's case in chief. Typically, this would never have even been able to happen, much less allowed. It is in a rare circumstance that Mr. Weiss could have planned to know of an expert in early December. We know that they knew of him on December 7th because based on an email that they sent to us, it states that he confirmed his availability to meet with the defendant on December 7th. 1 month before he met with the defendant in the Davidson County Jail. They waited. They waited. They knew the week before jury selection that he was going to interview the defendant in the Davidson County Jail. They knew that he had interviewed the defendant in the Davidson County Jail on the 7th. They were in court with Your Honor on the 8th and the 9th. The court repeatedly asked the parties, is there anything that needs to be taken up? Repeatedly. At the end of the day on the 9th. But it was not until 2:15 on January the 10th, after 2 years of preparation on this case, that the defense came up with a mental condition defense. And the defense has argued that it was only after the state provided a demonstrable exhibit to them that they realized that they needed an expert witness that had to do with the defendant's mental condition that affected his ability to form premeditation. Think about this, Judge. Premeditation has been an element in this case since 2022. The Hamilton County Grand Jury indicted Mr. Chen for first-degree premeditated murder. If defense attorneys believed that his mental condition at the time affected his ability to form premeditation, and they waited until January 7th to have an expert evaluate him, then we've got much bigger problems than a timeliness issue. Premeditation has been the case, it has been an element in this case since 2022. And notably, Mr. Weiss represented Mr. Chen in 2022. There has been no counsel substituted. It has been Mr. Weiss since the beginning. The demonstrative exhibit that the defense has such a problem with, as the court has already seen, involves 2 pieces of evidence that have been in the defendant's possession for almost 2 years. A photo from Mr. Chen's apartment of carpet with blood on it, and a photo of Jasmine Pace from the medical examiner's office. The court found in the hearing on this issue that even the state could have superimposed this piece of evidence on this piece of evidence to come up with a demonstrative exhibit. How can a demonstrative exhibit that was given to the parties on December 11th, the day that it was given to the state, even though every party had both photos, but the superimposed photo was given on December the 11th, how is it that that photo affected premeditation in so much as the defense all of a sudden, near or around December 7th, contacted an expert witness. It is untimely, it is unfair, and the state of Tennessee has a right to a fair trial. And the people of the state of Tennessee have the right to a fair trial. We ask the court to exclude any expert testimony at this point in time that was presented to the court and to the state in an untimely fashion, especially that of Mr. Douglas Lewis.
Mr. Weiss's pleadings, he mentions that the demonstrative exhibit seems to indicate that the victim might have been handcuffed in Mr. Chen's apartment. And that's one thing I think he mentions is the problem with the demonstrative exhibit. Could you respond to that?
Sure. Your Honor, the medical examiner issued an autopsy report. The date of examination is 12/1/2022. The autopsy report was given to the parties just within a month or two. Of course, it takes the medical examiner a month or two to finalize an autopsy report. And in that autopsy report, there's a sentence that says, the injury locations are consistent with the decedent
Say for sure that the victim's handcuffed while alive might have been received also from the fetal position, but not necessarily handcuffed. Is that correct?
I believe that Dr. Cogswell can opine in what position she would have been in when the injuries occurred, and then the jury can therefore, as the trier of fact, make their own conclusions as to the position of her body was only in the fetal position with those type of stab wounds because she had been handcuffed. So the trier of fact can draw their own conclusions, but furthermore, Your Honor, there was a bond hearing in this case in General Sessions Court in which Mr. Weiss represented Mr. Chen, and similar to the autopsy report, Dr. Cogswell testifies the injuries and the concentration are all on the right side. Virtually all of them can be inflicted with her in that bound position. So I believe that there is evidence in the record that would allow Dr. Cogswell to testify that she was in the fetal position. Whether or not he is going to testify that she was, in fact, in those handcuffs, that is for cross-examination. You can obviously cross-examine. That is part of the trial experience. So the defense did have information and evidence in discovery for years that would have indicated that she was in the fetal position. She was in that fetal position because she'd been handcuffed, and the jury
Rule 12.2b2 says, timing. Notice described in 12.2b1 shall be filed within the time provided for filing of pretrial motions or at such later time as the court may direct. The timing to file pretrial motions has not ended. As of right now, without a jury sworn, I could file a pretrial motion right here, right now. This rule does not limit my ability to file a notice right here, right now. This court, and I say this with the utmost respect, could have ordered a scheduling order or a docketing order requiring the parties to have presented certain proofs, certain discoveries, certain evidence, certain motions at this point. The court has never ordered that. The defense is not in violation of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure, and the defense is in violation of any of the court's orders. So this is not untimely. It is timely. Secondly, Dr. Lewis was contacted about a month ago. Due to timing of the holidays and him getting authorized to practice psychology here in Tennessee, he was not able to evaluate Jason until January the 7th in Nashville. We weren't able to speak to him about his results. He had to review his results, go over everything, and we didn't get those results until late on January the 8th. As soon as we had those results and we knew that we were going to call him as a witness, that's when we filed the motion on the 9th. And even though the courts were closed, it was obvious that all the parties were aware of it. The General Wamp texted, all the attorneys texted the court, and we had a conversation about it. And the court has ordered that Dr. Lewis submit a memorandum or report, which he did on Saturday. And I don't know what document the state is reading, but the memorandum in the submitted by Dr. Lewis talks about the psychological issue. Diminished capacity. It's right there. We're not alleging that Jason was insane. The state did request a notice for the insanity defense. We're not pleading insanity, so that has no bearing here. We're not saying that he has some type of mental condition. He's not have any type of mental health condition other than what's stated in here. So it is very clear the state has exact notice of what's being alleged by Dr. Lewis. And even if they don't, Dr. Lewis has been ordered to be deposed this morning. He is ready and waiting in the virtual waiting room for the court to admit his testimony. And finally, I find it rich that the state says this is untimely. This court, again, didn't file a scheduling order. That means Rule 16 discovery applies up until the day of. I was given a video from Walgreens that I had never seen before. And when did I receive this video from the state? January the 8th. The state has provided discovery, monumental amount of important discovery in the last 45 days. At no point did this defense seek a continuance for providing this discovery. The state hasn't sought, or the defense hasn't sought to exclude this discovery. The state is asking the lines of an autopsy report. But General Moyle said at the last hearing, and in his own response to this notice, that they are going to allege that Jasmine was shackled while alive and then killed. That is nowhere contained in any discovery, any evidence. We are surprised. We are being ambushed with this same information. And once it came to the realization that they're providing this information to prove their theme, well, then it became necessary to show that Jason doesn't have or has a condition that would prevent it or negated premeditation. And that's what Dr. Lewis's testimony is all about. There is nothing preventing him from testifying at trial. The state is not prejudiced. They'll have full opportunity to depose him. They'll have a full opportunity to voir dire him during trial, and they'll have a full opportunity to cross-examine him during the course of the trial. It's not unfair, and we ask that the court deny their motion to exclude Dr. Lewis. Of course, Judge.
The Walgreens video that you provided recently, in any way unfairly prejudicial to your case to the degree that you're asking for continuance?
No.
While, and I don't like filing scheduling orders, I know when I was practicing that a lot of work does get done as it builds up trials, and so therefore a lot of things have to happen. As long as everyone communicates, I've never had it be a problem. I don't even know if it's a problem today. We're certainly discussing this. But while 12.2, as everyone knows, doesn't necessarily put a specific timeline on accepted food for trial. This is something that apparently the advisory committee's looked at a lot. In the notes, it's, in the case law, it repeatedly refers to unfair surprise. So the state is unfairly surprised. So apparently it's a common practice or common occurrence, I should say, that a lot of times these experts are brought up at the last part of the trial prep. And so that's why there's a lot of case law. And so in this particular case, I'm clear, when you ask for funds for an expert in December, it was a wise move. He knows how an expert can help you out with this, helping through cross-examination or just looking at the case and helping think different angles for sure. It seems like it got rushed at some point when it's almost like when the state allowed or was allowed to use the demonstrative exhibit, that solidified or caused you to need the service that this expert has provided you so far. There's thinking your own notion, how it encapsulates it. We're going to talk about it once the defense attorney, as a defense attorney, you promptly secured an expert to issue court. The length for that is state discloses the last minute evidence for the limitation less than a month before, despite the case being for 2 years. Upon receiving this late disclosure, the defendant promptly secured an expert to issue court. So that's how I'm interpreting that. Is the acceleration came from the hearings in December where we talked about the exhibits and the deemed to be admissible. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, may I briefly respond to some of that timeline? The defense states that it was only once they learned the theme and theory of the state's theme and theory that they realized that the state was going to allege that she was shackled at the time the injuries occurred. But that timeline actually doesn't work in terms of the timeline of their expert witness, because the meeting that we had with them in which we discussed and went over the demonstrative exhibit was December 13th. The day that they got that demonstrative exhibit was December 11th. Based on email communication and the representation of defense counsel, they confirmed Dr. Lewis's availability on December 7th.
Can I respond to that briefly, just to be sure?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
There are many reasons to retain an expert. When Mr. Wise approached me on it, I wasn't sure exactly how this expert could be used. It might be just for consultation, it might be for sitting in court for cross-examination. And so I don't really hold that against Mr. Wise as far as retaining an expert. It seems that the purpose for which this expert is being offered now seems to be being accelerated with the demonstrative exhibit issue. That's not my interpretation, but if you want to respond to that.
Well, that goes against what the defense just represented on the record, though, Your Honor. They're saying that this expert became significant after they saw the demonstrative exhibit and also realized the theme and theory of the state, which, by the way, they are not entitled to, which shows how transparent the state has been. That the defense is not entitled to our theme or theory until opening statement, of course. But in Mr. Weiss's motion, he states this assertion necessitated the defense's consultation with an expert witness to address and analyze the state's claims concerning the photographs purportedly depicted. That's not true. The expert confirmed his availability to meet with the defendant on December 7th. The timeline doesn't make sense. Another note, Your Honor, the court was on the phone on Friday. The court asked Mr. Weiss if he could describe the mental condition just so that the parties could know. He says voluntary intoxication. This morning it's diminished capacity, which is not a mental condition, it's a legal conclusion. So he actually put us on notice of voluntary intoxication, which is not the mental condition, again, unfairness. The state is now more confused. Diminished capacity because he was intoxicated, well, that's voluntary intoxication, which is not mentioned in the expert's memorandum. Again, more confusion. And let me add, Your Honor, it's not just that the state will need to, over the next 2 weeks, while General Moyle and I are proving Mr. Chen guilty to a jury of 12, it's not just that we need to secure a rebuttal expert, but we also have to subpoena records. We would be interested in all types of records of the defendant if he's claiming diminished capacity on November 23rd, 2022. We're going to be interested in new witnesses. Witnesses that maybe he was communicating with. Witnesses that may know about his capacity on or around November 23rd. This requires the state to do more. And General Moyle and I don't have time. That's the point of Rule 12.2 and every other rule that requires timely notice, Judge. That is the point. Any questions, Judge?
One thing that come to mind, I meant to ask about earlier, on the expert report itself. Looking at page 4, bolded, I guess, conclusion, what he testified to. I concluded to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty that it is highly unlikely that Mr. Chen possessed the requisite premeditation to be active criminal homicide. I assume that that is the central aspect of his testimony. You'll be able to elaborate on that, but it would be that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, my question is that it says highly unlikely, which introduces an amount of speculation about this particular, it's not conclusive. I'm not saying the state has to agree to it, but it seems that highly unlikely is subjective, that is cutting to the Daniel factors. I don't know whether that would be substantially helpful to try our facts, to introduce a speculative opinion that it's highly unlikely, instead of he's concluded that Mr. Chen did not possess the requisite premeditation. Could you respond to that?
Yes. I don't think it's, forensic psychology is not an exact science. We even give leeway to exact sciences. This court deals with BACs all the time, and BACs are 99.7% effective. It's not 100%. So there is no type of empirical way that a forensic psychologist can say with absolute certainty that this did or didn't happen, or this person or didn't have this mental condition. They can only base it on a number of factors. I would show the court that in the last part of the memorandum, you can see the testing that Dr. Lewis conducted, and that testing shows which are standardized testing, that shows the base raw scores from where he gets his opinion from. I think the question that the court asks is a very good question, but it's better directed towards Dr. Lewis.
Looking at this, if I understand, and looking at page 6, it says a single standard score, generally being indexed and produced by a measure having a mean of 100. If I'm understanding this correctly, Mr. Chen scored a 94. Seems pretty close to the mean. I don't know how much that would have impacted his decision. Maybe it's just a test that gives everyone. The other scores, so you go to test the trauma symptom inventory, looks like based upon self-report, where the person taking the test is asked how often each symptom happened in the past 6 months when Mr. Chen was incarcerated. So I'm not sure how helpful to a jury would be to have these scores from someone who's obviously been incarcerated for a long time.
I asked Dr. Lewis, that's a very interesting set of questions, but I asked Dr. Lewis about that. I said, well, wouldn't the evaluation been more or better effective, more closer to the event than now? And he actually said, no, that's not the case. It gives, after time and reflection, and gives them an ability to answer, I guess, more honestly. But again, that's a better question directed towards Dr. Lewis. Thanks, sir.
Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
For the court on this particular motion by the state, that's the expert of the record reflects. There was an effort by Mr. Weiss to secure an expert to file twice. And everyone agrees that this particular expert's testimony in this report was generated from the court's ruling about allowing a demonstrative piece of evidence. And so, looking at it in that lens, we did pick a jury, and I'll start by saying this, while we're picking a jury, I know this was mentioned, but I don't see this as unethical. I don't see it as something that Mr. Weiss waited until the last minute and orchestrated this from day one. It does feel very rushed. Again, this evaluation happened on Tuesday, less than a week ago. The state points out that they did not get the voir dire on a mental condition because they didn't know. Our Friday phone conversation involved diminished capacity. Put on record, we talked about whether it was insanity or not. And Mr. Weiss said it wasn't insanity, so that leaves only a few things. Diminished capacity was something that was mentioned, as well as voluntary intoxication. The report doesn't mention voluntary intoxication, and again, the highly likely seems speculative to me. So I interpret all this using a greater overall analysis as it just seems very hurried, and which makes sense. It is something that the state, once they got the demonstrative evidence in, that's when we see this uptick in activity. And so I can conclude, I think fairly, that the expert's testimony was based on the defense's stated need to respond to it with this particular expert's testimony. Neither side's asking for a continuance. If this case were to be continued, it would be a huge waste of resources. But the record should reflect that I would do that. If it came down to something that truly would cause either side to not have a fair trial, I would grant a continuance in this case. I don't think that's necessary in this particular event. Again, my interpretation is that Mr. Weiss secured an expert, could be for numerous reasons. In December, when the demonstrative evidence was deemed admissible, that's when things started to coalesce in this particular direction. And so I do think that the demonstrative evidence aspect is key and foundational to why we're here today arguing about this particular expert. So the ruling from the court is that, as talked about, as discussed by defense counsel, concedes that the expert's testimony would be that it would be highly unlikely that Mr. Chen possessed direct premeditation to the act of criminal homicide. I don't see that as actually rising to the level of anything that's going to be helpful to this jury. I don't think it introduces speculation. What is highly unlikely? Perhaps he could answer that, but in contrast to the DUI experts or the engineering experts for crash reconstructions, they have a range. They can say clearly that it happened to where the defendant's speed was within this range. It was not less than this amount or not more than this amount. With DUI, they can speculate it's at least 0.05, but not more than 0.12. In this particular case, I don't think that the expert's testimony is concrete enough to be helpful to the jury. I don't think we need to depose him for that if that's what his opinion would be. I do think that out of an abundance of precaution, the state's not going to like this part, but out of an abundance of precaution, I'm going to modify my ruling about letting the demonstrative evidence in. The ruling is that the demonstrative evidence cannot come in as an exhibit. The state can certainly use it demonstratively if they wish, to let the jury draw the conclusion. And also about the expert in the state's Dr. Cogswell. The defense has been expressed concerns that Dr. Cogswell will provide evidence that says that this was premeditated. I don't think this would have come in, but just for clarity, General, whenever you're directing Dr. Cogswell, you cannot say, is this indicative of premeditation? That's something that would have been objectionable to anyway. I'm not saying you would, but just where we are today, based on defense attorneys' assertions that the medical examiner's testimony might be unfairly utilized for him to opine that it was premeditated. Obviously, you can't ask anything like that. Okay?
Correct, Your Honor. He's a forensic pathologist, not a psychiatrist, psychologist. So it's outside the scope of his expertise.
And so based on those factors, let the state's motion to exclude expert testimony be granted.
Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would request to do a proffer and have Dr. Lewis answer some questions.
At this point, I'll let you direct the witness. Assuming we get read out to work the first time. Well, if you're with us every Friday, you know we run into a lot. Sometimes, and not others, have some connectivity difficulties. Here, can you text Sean Johnson? We may get a workaround between now and he gets here, but like a month's way. morning, Dr. Lewis. Can you hear us okay?
I can. Good morning.
Terry, mind swearing the witness for me? Yes, Judge.
Raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you let Felix know we got it figured out? Yes, Judge.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you please state your name?
I am Dr. Douglas E. Lewis Jr.
And Dr. Lewis, what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic psychologist.
What is a forensic psychologist?
A forensic psychologist is a clinical psychologist who uses psychological principles to answer legal issues.
How long have you been doing that?
I have been in practice solo for about 5 years now.
To become a forensic psychologist, do you have to get an education?
Yes. So you have to.
Go ahead.
So you have to earn a graduate degree, in particular a doctorate in psychology. And in order to do that, one must have 4 years of didactic instruction, in addition to 3,000 hours, usually minimum, in practicum experiences, which is hands-on experience under supervision. Then one must go through a match process in order to get a pre-doctoral internship, which is a year-long internship, and then you earn the doctorate. Once you earn the doctorate, you must participate in a postdoctoral experience, and that is for at least 1 year, and then you become licensed as a psychologist.
So what schooling did you receive?
So initially, I earned my bachelor's degree from the University of Virginia in mathematics, finance concentration in 2009. And then later, I earned a terminal master's degree of education in clinical mental health counseling from Lynchburg College, which is now referred to as University of Lynchburg, in 2013. And then in 2019, I graduated with a Doctor of Psychology in Clinical Psychology from the Chicago School of Professional Psychology in Washington, D.C. And then later, I completed a postdoctoral fellowship at Emory School of Medicine in the Department of Psychiatry and Law Service in 2020.
And when did you graduate with your doctorate?
I graduated in 2019 with my doctorate.
And you've been in practice now for the last 5 years?
Yes,
And what does your practice?
approximately.
What does your practice entail?
My practice entails both civil and criminal justice cases. So I conduct competency to stand trial evaluations, criminal responsibility or mental status at the time of the offense evaluations, violence risk assessments, psychosexual evaluations, independent medical evaluations, workers' comp evaluations, personal injury evaluations, and that's for both juveniles and adults.
Have you ever worked in the prison system before?
Yes, so I began supervised work in the prisons in 2015, and then I became someone of the de facto clinical director within a prison in 2021. Not only did I work with housing placements in terms of their psychological status, I also provided treatment in what is considered here in Georgia high max. So those are individuals who have not only committed murder or other heinous crimes outside of the prison, but also those of which who have done the same thing within the carceral environment.
Have you ever testified in a court before?
I have.
How many times?
I would say approximately 10 times. I've testified in court.
Is it just criminal cases, or do you do both criminal and civil?
It has been criminal and civil.
In the criminal cases that you have participated in, have you always represented a defendant?
No, I have not. I have been on the prosecution side before. I think the last time I was on the prosecution side was probably in 2022 or 2023.
Are you licensed in Georgia?
I am.
Are you licensed in Tennessee?
I am not licensed in Tennessee. What I got was a temporary authorization to practice psychology through the board in Tennessee.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. I want to talk a little bit specifically more about this case involving Jason Chen. Do you remember when my
Or witness recognized as an expert. Would you like the witness recognized as an expert?
Oh, yes, sir. At this time, the defense moves to proffer Dr. Douglas E. Lewis as an expert in forensic psychology.
State one of the audience witness.
Your Honor, this is, as a proffer, the state doesn't have a right to cross-examination. So if this is just simply a proffer,
I'm proceeding if you want to even have him qualified as an expert.
sure, the state would like to lawyer the witness. Dr. Lewis, you said that you got your Doctor of Psychology in 2019, is that correct?
That is correct.
But you were not licensed as a psychologist until 2021, is that correct?
That is incorrect. I was licensed in August 2020.
Okay, August 2020. And then in Virginia, it was August of 2021, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so licensed as a psychologist, and your degrees in clinical psychology, which is different than forensic psychology, correct?
It is the generalist form, but forensic psychology is a specialty. One must be a clinical psychologist in order to be a forensic psychologist.
So I'm sorry. Did you get a degree in forensic psychology or clinical psychology?
No such degree exists. You cannot get a doctorate in forensic psychology and practice as a forensic psychologist. You must be a clinical psychologist first, and then you must specialize in forensic psychology.
I understand. Okay. And you stated that the Chicago School of Professional Psychology is in Washington, D.C., is that correct?
Yes, I was at the Washington, D.C. campus.
You went to school physically in Washington, D.C.?
No, I did not. So essentially what happened was I earned my degree, or I matriculated at the Georgia School of Professional Psychology in Atlanta, Georgia. While I was on pre-doctoral internship at the Superior Court of the District of Columbia, unfortunately, the school abruptly closed while I was on pre-doctoral internship. And so what happened was the American Psychological Association, in addition to the Department of Education, moved those of us who were affected by the school's abrupt closure to the Chicago School of Professional Psychology in Washington, D.C. So essentially, it was somewhat of a pro forma or formality in terms of a teach-out agreement that was reached by the Department of Education and the American Psychological Association in 2019.
You went to online school?
No, sir. Excuse me. No, ma'am. You cannot go to online school and graduate and get a license in Georgia. You must go in person. I went in person for 4 years to get my didactic instruction, and then I matched to my first choice at the Superior Court of the District of Columbia.
But on your resume, it states from 2015 to 2019, you were a psychometrist in Atlanta, Georgia.
I was. I went to school in Atlanta, Georgia, ma'am.
But your resume says that you went to the Chicago School of Professional Psychology in Washington, D.C.
Okay, so let me explain again.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Yeah, I'm very confused.
I know, I'm gonna help you if you allow me to, ma'am. So, I matriculated at the Georgia School of Professional Psychology, which was located in Atlanta, Georgia. While going to school in person, because I come from humble beginnings, I also had to work. So I worked as a psychometrist alongside with getting my doctorate from the Georgia School of Professional Psychology. Part of the training in psychology is this. You must go to school for 4 years and receive didactic instruction and practical experiences. Then you must match at an APA or American Psychological Association accredited internship. I matched at my first choice, which was the Superior Court of the District of Columbia. While I was on pre-doctoral internship, which is a year-long working supervised experience, my school, the Georgia School of Professional Psychology, abruptly closed around March the 8th of 2019. The Department of Education and the American Psychological Association, understanding that we were about to graduate and the school closed, did what is called a teach-out agreement. The teach-out agreement was with the Chicago School of Professional Psychology, the Washington, D.C. campus. And that is where I graduated from.
Okay. Your resume states that you are an adjunct assistant professor at Emory University. So the year that you received your licensing, you also became an adjunct assistant professor at Emory.
Yes.
And your LinkedIn says that you've been an adjunct assistant professor from September 2021 into present. So which one is correct?
What is correct is what's on my CV. So what happened was I graduated from the postdoctoral fellowship program in 2020. As soon as I graduated, because of my work, they wanted me to stay on to teach others. And so 2020 would be the correct date.
So September 2021 on your LinkedIn is not accurate.
If it says September 2021 on my LinkedIn, it must not be accurate. Let's go with my CV, please. That is the most up-to-date and accurate.
Okay. And a lot of your work has been with inmates, correct?
That is correct.
And a majority of your work has been, has involved a defendant's competency to stand trial, is that correct?
I wouldn't say it's the majority of my work, no. I've done a lot of work with competency to stand trial, and I also was integral in developing a jail-based competency restoration program, and I've also published on competency restoration. But I wouldn't say it's the majority of my work, no.
What is the majority of your work?
The majority of my work just includes the specialty of forensic psychology. So I do civil and criminal work, and it really just depends.
What is the majority of your work?
I wouldn't ascribe anything as being the majority other than the work of forensic psychology. So forensic psychology includes both civil and criminal work, and that is the majority of my work. It's not a particular type of evaluation or type of activity that I would say would be the majority.
Okay.
The specialty is the majority, ma'am.
Okay, and you testified that you have testified approximately 10 times in both criminal and civil court?
In totality.
10 times, and how many of those times were in criminal court or in a criminal case?
I really don't recall. I would say the majority of them were criminal. I think only 2 of them involved civil, and that was parental fitness / custody type evaluation. So I would say maybe, it was definitely the majority were criminal. I probably prepared over 100 reports for the court, and so I would say the majority would likely be criminal.
Okay, so 8 criminal cases. Of those 8, how many involved a homicide?
1.
Okay, and what did your testimony involve in that case?
I don't know if I can get into the specifics of that, but what I will say is that I was retained by the defense on that case.
Was your testimony regarding the defendant's competency to stand trial?
Oh, no. My testimony was regarding mitigation for sentencing.
So you testified at a sentencing hearing?
Yes.
And you understand that there's a difference between testifying and being tendered as an expert witness and qualified by a court as an expert witness, correct?
In the state of Virginia, where I testified for this particular case, I was voir dire.
How many times have you been qualified by a court as an expert witness?
I would say approximately 10 times.
Where,
Each time that I testified, I had to be voir dire by both sides.
I'm not asking about voir dire, I'm asking about tendered and qualified as an expert witness in a case. Qualified as an expert witness.
If I'm understanding it correctly, approximately 10 times.
You testified that you often do evaluations on mental state at the time of the offense.
Yeah. So it's called different things based on the state. So in Georgia, it would be called criminal responsibility. In Virginia, it would be called an insanity evaluation. So I just generally said, but both of them are the same in that it is assessing or evaluating one's mental status at their time of the offense.
You believe that insanity is the same as mental culpability?
No, I don't think I said that, ma'am. What I was saying is that the statute is named differently based on the state. So some would call them mental status at the time of the offense. Georgia, for example, calls it criminal responsibility, and Virginia would call it insanity. But it's state dependent, and the state determines what the legal standing is for that.
Okay. On your resume, there's a section entitled Adult-Clinical. And it states that in 2011 and 2012, you were, it doesn't say what your position was, it just says adult psychiatry / co-occurring disorders inpatient at Virginia Baptist Hospital.
That is correct.
But in 2011 and 2012, the only degree that you had was in mathematics.
That is correct.
Virginia Baptist Hospital was allowing you to work in a psychiatry department with a mathematics degree?
Yes, ma'am. So in Virginia, there is a title called Qualified Mental Health Professional, or QMHP. And as long as you have a bachelor's degree and you take the continuing education, they will give you a certification called a Qualified Mental Health Professional. And so that's what I became, and that's how I was able to work at Virginia Baptist. I also interned at Virginia Baptist under the supervision of a clinical psychologist while I was earning my terminal master's degree in clinical mental health counseling from what is now called the University of Lynchburg.
One moment, Your Honor. What is a psychometrist?
A psychometrist is essentially an individual who has at least a master's degree, who has been trained to conduct psychological assessments, or which involves administration, interpreting, and scoring. and that individual must be supervised by a psychologist.
And your resume states that you were a psychometrist from 2015 to 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
And this is while
And
you
in
were,
that role,
what?
in that role from 2018 to 2019, I took on I was a reviewing psychometrist, which is a little bit different from actually administering the scores or administering the measures. So from 2015 to 2018, I was in person actually administering the psychological test, scoring and interpreting and writing reports. From 2018 to 2019 as a psychometrist, they had me review other psychometrist reports for their accuracy and then send them to the psychologist.
Okay. And let's turn to your teaching experience. From 2016 to 2018, you have in two separate places in your teaching experience, it says that you were a teaching assistant with the Georgia School of Professional Psychology. What are the differences between those two? Why is that listed twice on your resume?
Because I was a teaching assistant for multiple professors in my graduate program.
And you were
Statistics,
also a psychometrist at that time.
yes, ma'am.
You were also working in Buford, Georgia in that time.
That was as an intern, but yes, ma'am.
And you were also in College Park.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's turn towards this case. What were you asked to do in the case of State versus Jason Chen?
I was asked to assess or evaluate the issue of premeditation.
When were you asked to do that?
December the 10th is when I was asked to do that, of 2024.
When was your first communication with defense counsel in this case?
It was late evening, December 7th of 2024.
And you said that you were asked about premeditation. What does that mean?
Premeditation as defined by the state of Tennessee.
As it relates to Jason Chen?
Yes.
What is the offense date in this case?
I don't recall the exact offense date. I do recall that it was in 2022.
Okay.
I believe it was November of 2022.
And were you asked to evaluate the defendant for mental condition?
Yes, I suppose that was a part of it, yes.
What were the other parts of it?
Well, the only thing that I was asked was about the issue of premeditation, but of course, if I'm conducting a psychological evaluation, there is a possibility that a mental condition could emerge or be revealed. But my understanding, my understanding was that that individual had never had any mental condition. But part of a psychological evaluation, such could be revealed.
Did you decide that Mr. Chen has a mental condition?
I did not give Mr. Chen a formal diagnosis. However, Mr. Chen does have some, what I would call some mental health or psychiatric challenges, to include depression and anxiety.
Dr. Lewis, I'm sorry to interrupt. The technical transmission of what you said a moment ago didn't completely come through. I think I understand what you said, to make sure you say you did not give him a formal diagnosis.
That is correct. So I did not give Mr. Chen a formal diagnosis. However, I do know that he has some psychiatric or mental health challenges.
How do you know that?
including depression and anxiety. Based on psychological testing, based on my interview with him, and my observations of him.
When you say psychological testing, are you referring to the tests that are mentioned at the end of your memorandum?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you aware of how long Mr. Chen's been in the Hamilton County Jail?
Approximately, since his arrest, I would say approximately 2.5 years.
And are you able to opine as to when he developed his depression and anxiety?
My opinion is that he developed it during childhood.
So I'm assuming that you had reviewed his medical records from childhood forward.
I reviewed what was in the discovery, and in the discovery, I did not see any medical records.
I'm assuming that you
from
interviewed
Mr. Chen.
his parents to learn more about his childhood.
I reviewed the statements that were in the discovery from his parent, particularly his mother. But other than that, no, I did not interview his parents.
The statements from his mother that included that he did not have a mental condition?
Yes. I saw that in the discovery, multiple times individuals indicated that he did not have a mental condition. I disagree.
Because Jason told you that he did.
No, he actually did not. He said he doesn't have any problems either.
So what did you rely on? You had no medical records. You did not interview his mother and father when it comes to childhood issues. The defendant denies having any kind of mental condition. What did you rely on?
I relied on my years of experience since 2010 of working in the mental health field across jurisdictions. I also relied upon my review of the discovery, all the documentation that was in there. I relied upon my interview with Mr. Chen, which involved many questions, to include questions that are diagnostic, questions that deal with violence risk, questions that are about his sexual history. I also relied upon objective, tested, psychological testing that is peer reviewed, and all the other things that were in discovery. And that is what I relied upon, which is best practices in terms of the field of forensic psychology. It was a multi-method approach.
You've only spent 3.5 hours with Mr. Chen.
Approximately 3.75 hours,
Oh,
yes.
I apologize. You've only spent 3.75 hours with Mr. Chen in Mr. Chen's entire life.
That is correct.
And that was last week.
January the 7th.
And you administered 3 tests during that 3.75 hours?
Yes, and that took him about 50 minutes or so to do, the 3 tests.
50 minutes. He did 3 tests in 50 minutes?
Yes, one of them you have to finish within 16 minutes for it because it cuts off on you. So one of them was time.
So, and then the rest of the 3 hours, you just simply asked him questions about his mental condition that he doesn't have?
No. I asked him questions basically about his life from birth to present. So those questions are across the board. Some of which of the questions you don't really know, or the individual or the examinee really doesn't know why I'm asking the questions that I'm asking. They're not face valid. So the questioning is not just about a mental condition.
You based your opinion that it's highly unlikely that Mr. Chen could form premeditation in 2022 based on 3.75 hours with Mr. Chen. 50 minutes of those were consisted of him taking 3 tests to help you decide this issue.
And also over 14 years of experience of working with justice-involved persons.
And one of those cases in 14 years involved a homicide.
No, many of them did. Only one of them I testified for, but I've done many murder cases that I've written for. Usually the court stipulates to my reports. So I don't testify a lot.
Well,
for
but your
that reason.
reports don't
But I-
have to, your reports don't have to do with premeditation at the time of the offense.
But they have to do with murder, which is what you asked, I thought.
Okay. None of your reports have had to do with premeditation at the time of an offense.
No.
And in your memorandum to the court, did you mention depression or anxiety?
I don't believe that I did say that. I don't believe I said that explicitly. However, if you look at the end where the tables for the testing, even a layperson can see that some of the scales are elevated regarding depression and anxiety. But no, I don't think I explicitly indicated that in the memorandum.
Have you ever been in jail, Dr. Lewis?
As a professional, yes, I've been in many jails and prisons.
Of the people that you've worked with, how many of them experience depression and anxiety?
Probably most of them.
You stated in your memorandum that you relied on a handful of articles or websites, in one case, a book, to form your conclusion in the case of Jason Chen. Is that correct?
Relied on is probably not the right language. I would say that those items, in addition to all the other methods, is how I form my opinion. So essentially, I provided those for individuals who are not versed in mental health or forensic psychology, etc. But yes, those were a part of forming my opinion because it gives foundation of knowledge for those who are not privy or not solid in this area.
Sure. Your report says, and a review of pertinent research, and then it cites to footnotes 5 through 15. Is that correct?
That's right, ma'am.
And number 5, the title is Proactive and Reactive Aggression, a Developmental Perspective. Are you going to opine about Mr. Chen's aggressive behavior?
I intend to educate the court about, some people call it in literature proactive and reactive aggression, and then in some literature it's called affective and predatory aggression or violence. And so what I want to do is educate the court about the difference between affective or reactive aggression versus predatory or proactive aggression.
And what does that have to do with Mr. Chen's mental state on November 23rd, 2022?
Well, what that has to do with it is that in terms of premeditation, typically one shows that they have predatory or proactive violence or aggression. And there are certain items that must be there, or factors or traits that must be there for such. And when in issues that are raised about premeditation where someone's arguing that an individual doesn't have premeditation, then one would look at affective or reactive aggression, because those have certain elements or traits. And so what I would like to do is, what I intend to do is to educate the court on the differences of the two.
You understand in this case you would not be testifying to the court, right?
We're not testifying to the court, I'm saying educating the court about the difference. Because the differences of those two items goes into my opinion about the issue of premeditation.
How do those issues relate to diminished capacity?
They don't relate to diminished capacity.
But that's what your finding is from Mr. Chen.
I didn't say anything about diminished capacity. I didn't use those terms. My understanding is that that is not a term that's in Tennessee, but that it is recognized in Tennessee, but I'm not using those terms. What I'm saying about Mr. Chen has to do with affective or reactive aggression, as well as the impact of substance use. However, I'm not explicitly using those terms or that term.
So, what is your finding as to Jason Chen's mental condition on November 23rd, 2022?
My finding is that Jason Chen likely displayed affective aggression while also under the influence of substances.
And what evidence or information do you have that Mr. Chen was under any type of influence of substances on November 23rd, 2022?
In terms of evidence, the only thing that I have is that his report that he was using substances, and also by my questioning of him, many of which were not face valid at all, it appears that he has been using substance for many years.
You'd agree that using substances for many years doesn't mean that you were intoxicated on November 23rd, 2022, right?
I do agree with that. However, in my work with substance users and individuals that are just as involved, people just don't stop using substances.
So you are going to testify that Mr. Chen was under the influence of a substance on November 23rd, 2022 because Mr. Chen said he was?
I'm not going to testify directly in that way. What I'm testifying to is that he reported that he was under the use of substances, and the psychological testing suggests that he does have issues with drugs.
So you can't.
I'm not directly reporting that. I'm reporting that that's what he informed me of, and based on his psychological testing, it suggests that he does have issues or challenges with drug use.
Well, you said you'd gone through discovery in this case, correct?
Yeah.
When did you receive discovery in this case?
It had to have been the week of December 17th, because it wasn't until December 17th that the Tennessee board allowed me to have temporary authorization to conduct the evaluation.
So, homicide cases involve an extreme amount of evidence, correct?
Yes, they do.
And between December 17th and January 7th, would you say that you went through all of the discovery that was delivered to you by the defense attorney?
Between then and January 7th, I would say no. I went through most of it, and since that time, I haven't gone through all of it.
What did they deliver to you?
There were pleadings, there were mitigation documents, there were police reports, there was a medical examiner's report, there were pictures of the deceased, there were pictures of Mr. Chen and his family, there was a transcript of his bond hearing back in, I believe, back in 2022. There was a lot.
And what in that discovery indicated that Mr. Chen was under the influence of a substance on November 23rd, 2022?
I don't believe anything explicitly indicated that.
And what was that substance?
He reported that he and the deceased drank an entire bottle of wine, and after they drank an entire bottle of wine, they smoked joints or marijuana, and then they also had wax, which is concentrated THC.
But you'd agree based on the autopsy report that there's evidence to the contrary of that, correct?
Objection to argument.
you'd agree that based on the autopsy report, there's evidence to the contrary, is that correct, Dr. Lewis?
I would agree, but I think that the question you're asking is a bit misleading, given when the body was found and given how the testing was done. Apparently, based on what I saw, it looked like the testing was stopped for some reason. And then also because there had been some time that had passed, and the way that any type of drug enters your body, there's a time where it has a half-life. So it starts to diminish or the nature. So I don't think that is I don't think that is a clear question. I would say that yes, the medical examiner said that there was nothing found in terms of substance use, but I don't think I think that question is a bit misleading.
And Dr. Lewis, you don't have a degree in forensic pathology, do you?
I don't, but I know what I've read.
And you don't have a degree in pharmacology, do you?
I don't. However, when you are trained to be a clinical officer, you do have to take psychopharmacology. So I had to learn about pharmacokinetics in terms of medication.
And you can't, as a psychologist, prescribe medication, can you?
I cannot, but psychologists do. They do additional
Okay,
training.
well, I'm not concerned about other psychologists. You can't prescribe medication, can you, sir?
That is correct.
And your basis of knowledge pertaining to marijuana, based on your memorandum, is one of them is from the DEA website?
The DEA website is good information for laypersons, but I have treated and worked with people who have substance use disorders. So again, what was on the memorandum was for people like you and others who are not trained in working with substance use disorders or psychopathology, and that was for a reference that would be easy for you all to understand. However, I am not solely basing my opinion on the 15 citations that I gave. I'm basing my opinion on years of working with individuals in different jurisdictions who have substance use disorders and also have mental disorders.
But in your memorandum, you'd agree that you referenced these specific articles as what you reviewed to help you form your conclusion in this case.
I said that those articles were useful in forming an opinion. However, they are not the only things that I use. Part of being an expert is that it's the years of working with individuals who have similar or the same types of challenges. So I would not hinge my opinion on just 15 citations. It's more so to allow the reader to understand what it is that I'm talking about. So I don't want to be misleading and have you think that only 15 citations, one of which was a DEA website, is how I came up with my opinion. It's actually my years of training and in practice with individuals.
And which of these articles have to do your resume has a lengthy list of publications that you, along with others, have published over the years. The last
Yes,
publication
ma'am.
being in 2022. Presentations that you gave relate to the defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
None of them.
How many times have you testified to a defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
Once on the side of the prosecution.
And in that case, did you interview the defendant?
Yes.
For how long?
About an hour.
How far was that interview from the time of the offense? How long after?
I would say approximately maybe like 10 or 11 months after.
And what was your opinion in that case?
My opinion was that he was sane, or he knew what he was doing. So I was on the side of the prosecution.
So that had to do with sanity, is that correct?
Well, in the state of Georgia, it's called criminal responsibility. So I found that he was criminally responsible.
Well, you just said sane. So is it sanity or criminal responsibility?
It's criminal responsibility. The case was in Georgia.
What type of homicide was that?
It was not a homicide. It was an aggravated assault.
So you've never testified or opined regarding a defendant's ability to form premeditation in a homicide case?
I've written reports that I have opined that they were criminally responsible of a homicide. But I've never testified. But I have written reports in murder cases where I found them criminally responsible for the murder.
A report for what? I don't understand. For
Okay,
sentencing?
No. So there's two types of reports that are common in courts. One type is called competency to stand trial, and the other type is called, based on the state, it would be either criminal responsibility or insanity evaluation. Those reports, those types of evaluations are ordered more than any other type of evaluation. And so often, I would perform a competency to stand trial evaluation as well as a criminal responsibility evaluation. So these things happen pre-adjudication. They're not sentencing or mitigation.
Where do those reports go?
Okay, so the competency to stand trial evaluations typically go to the court. Now, the criminal responsibility evaluations go to the defense typically, because that's usually more of an ex parte issue. And when it comes to sanity or criminal responsibility, essentially people see it as a legal strategy at times, because it depends on how the attorney wants to work through the case. So those types of reports only go to the defense attorney typically, because the individual is admitting that they committed the crime, and I'm evaluating their thoughts or actions or behaviors before the crime, during the crime, and after the crime. And for that reason, typically those reports do not go to anyone but the defense attorney, who decides how they want to work the case.
They're never intended to be introduced in a trial or in a hearing for the defendant's guilt, right?
I can't say that because I'm not an attorney. I'm not sure how they used it afterwards.
Well, where is that report in this case?
Pardon me?
Where is that report in this case?
Those type of reports are ordered by the actual judge. So if it's not ordered by the judge, then there is no report. I was retained by the defense, and when the defense or the prosecution, whoever retains me, they ask a question, and I'm the one who is evaluating the question that they're posing. But those type of reports are typically ordered by a judge.
What was the question in this case?
The question in this case was to again evaluate or assess the issue of premeditation.
That's not a question. What was the question in this case?
That was the question.
To evaluate premeditation is not a question.
Okay. Determine whether or not Mr. Chen had premeditation in this particular case. I'm not sure how you want me to word it.
Okay.
That's what I was asked to evaluate.
Okay. Let's go to the tests that you administered in the 50-minute time period you met with Mr. Chen in the Davidson County Jail. TOGRA is intended to measure reasoning and critical thinking, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Chen, with a 94, was within the standard deviation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you'd agree that school records probably also could indicate someone's level of reasoning and critical thinking, is that right?
They could. However, there can be a little bit of politics when it comes to school records, like individual education programs or 504 plans. Sometimes individuals can be labeled or mislabeled depending on their behaviors in school. And so I would not use school records as the only standard in making an opinion.
So did you
Particularly when I work.
Did you review Mr. Chen's college transcripts?
No, I did not.
Are you aware that he had a scholarship to the University of Tennessee at Chattanooga?
Yes, and I actually asked how did that happen, given some of the information that I learned about his, some of his own reports about his behavior in school. I was curious about that he did earn a scholarship, but different scholarships have different requirements. So I know that scholarship that I'm aware of, he likely wouldn't have been necessarily a person that would have gotten some of the scholarships I know about. However, yes, he did report that he had gotten scholarships to school.
What does reasoning and critical thinking have to do with affective aggression?
Well, I don't think the two are directly related. However, one must have a certain level of reasoning and critical thinking ability to be responsible, knowing, or intelligent. One must have those attributes. So part of the reason why I did that testing was to get an idea of how he's functioning cognitively, and he's functioning in the average range in terms of when compared to other adults. So that's why I gave that test.
Okay, and did this test measure how he was functioning cognitively on November 23rd, 2022?
No, ma'am. However, I will say that intelligence cognitive functioning tends to be stable unless something happens like a traumatic brain injury or some type of other injury. Typically, intelligence or functioning is stable, particularly at a certain age group in the lifespan.
I understand. So if he was functioning cognitively in January of 2025, he most likely was functioning cognitively in November of 2022 based on what you just said.
Yes, if the absence of substance is absolute.
And personality assessment inventory. Which
The TOBRA.
And then how long do the other two tests take?
It depends. Some people have gotten it done within 20 or 25 minutes. And then some people have taken hours to do it. It just depends.
How
It's
long?
basically just, it's basically questions that says it's mostly true, slightly true, false, never. So it's things like that. So the items are short. Like some of the items might say something as short as, I like airplanes. It's not much, you don't have to do much thinking. It either is or isn't. So it depends though. Often people who take a long time are people who are misleading, and they typically invalidate the test because they're thinking too much.
So in 50 minutes, you're comfortable with a criminal defendant charged with first-degree premeditated murder taking a test of general reasoning ability called TOBRA, a traumatic symptom inventory, and a personality assessment inventory?
I was with him for longer than 50 minutes.
No, that was my
I said it
question.
took 50. Okay.
Are you comfortable?
Could you rephrase?
Are you comfortable with a defendant taking 3 psychological tests within a 50-minute period that you then rely on?
That was part of a multi-method approach? Yes. I would not rely just on that, no. So I think you already mentioned all the things that I did rely upon. But just the testing, no. So it's best practices that you do a multi-method approach. So I would never hinge an opinion just on testing. It's everything, and it's everything that I would use.
For the trauma symptom inventory, TSI-2, it says that the clinical scales reflect 4 broad categories of distress: self-disturbance, post-traumatic stress, externalization, and somatization.
Somatization, yes.
Can you explain which of those has to do with the defendant's mental state at the time of an offense?
So that particular testing doesn't mark directly to a mental status at the time of the affair. What it does is it gives me a profile of how this person is social emotional function. So does this person lash out at others? Do they have anxiety? Do they have depression? Have they experienced trauma in their lives? Are they likely to become easily angered or agitated? So what that does is it's one component of gives me an idea of his personality profile, but it does not. There is not a test that loads directly onto a legal issue. That's not how testing is designed.
Okay. And so the same thing for the personality assessment inventory. That test has nothing to do with the defendant's mental state at the time of the criminal offense, does it?
Not directly, no.
Do any of these have to do with substance disorders?
Yes.
And do they have to do with a defendant's use of a substance 2 years prior to the test being given?
So typically, what it does is ask innocuous questions that essentially we're recreating a personality profile. While individuals are different, there are certain challenges that people have that are very similar. So what we've developed through the testing is we are developing a personality profile panoramic of how someone is functioning. So no, it does not necessarily is not as specific as you're asking. However, when I talk about likelihood, there's a certain personality profile that is developed by use of the testing and the other sources.
since you reviewed the discovery in this case, Dr. Lewis, can you describe some of the things that the defendant did after he murdered Jasmine Pace?
He visited a convenience store or.
Objection. I don't know the relevancy regarding his qualifications. I don't know how that question answers. This is for here.
It seems like it could apply to both, I guess, in the sense that's clearly relevant to his opinion. It may be relevant to his qualifications. He gives great weight to it, not much weight to it. So at this point, feel free to renew your objection, Mr. Wise, at any time. It gets raised too far. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, continue, Dr. Lewis.
He went to go purchase cleaning products.
And what else?
He also moved the victim's vehicle. He used the cleaning products to clean up his apartment.
And what else?
He left the apartment, I believe, to stay with his parents.
And what else?
I'm not sure what else you're asking me.
How much weight do you give to what a defendant does after a murder when it comes to premeditation?
When it comes to premeditation, I give it great weight. I find those details, quite frankly, to be aggravating.
What do you mean?
What I mean is that essentially, if those things, or if those actions are the actions he took, then it appears that he attempted to hide or cover up whatever act that he committed. So I take great weight to that. I found that aggravating. However, I do not find that it is suggestive of premeditation. Quite frankly, I find it to be the opposite in terms of the individuals that I work with inside the carceral environment. If they engage in forethought or planning, they typically would not do the actions in the way that it was reported that Mr. Chen did. It doesn't fit the profile of someone who engaged in forethought and planning.
But in Tennessee, premeditation doesn't require planning, right, Dr. Lewis?
And based on what I read in terms of premeditation, it means that you have to have some type of forethought before the action is done.
You'd agree that somebody who is under the influence of a substance would have, how would you say it? Well, a difficulty completing tasks that a sober person may be able to complete, correct?
They probably wouldn't be able to do it in the exact same way. But someone who's been doing substances for quite some time, they may be able to function a little bit better than someone who perhaps is just starting stuff.
So if Mr. Chen was a regular marijuana user, he probably could have functioned a lot better if he was under the influence of that substance?
He may have been able to. However, he also said that he used wax, which wax is a much greater concentration of marijuana, or THC.
Do you take into consideration when forming your opinion that criminal defendants will most likely say whatever they need to say instead of going to prison for the rest of their life?
Absolutely.
How is that factored into your decision here?
I didn't give great weight to it. It's part of the decision, but I didn't give great weight to the use of the substance. I gave more weight to the personality profile type that he fits into, more so than the use of a substance. He did report that he used a substance. The testing shows that he's likely a substance abuse. However, that is not something that I gave great weight to.
You did not give great weight to the use of a substance.
Great weight? No. It is a part of it. But I did not give great weight to it because, as you mentioned, he reported that he used a substance. But that's not something where I'm hinging my decision solely on substance use.
What did you give great weight to?
What I gave great weight to was the personality profile type that he fits. For example, my understanding is that the one theory is that he planned, or he planned this murder because the victim was bound. So if you understand, or if you work with individuals who have a psychopathic or psychopathic personality, or who are a sociopath, you will learn that the details, as is mentioned in the theory that's been presented, is not consistent with it's not consistent with the evidence. Someone who would conduct an act of that sort, they build gradually. You don't just start out a murder in that type, or murdering or harming others in that type of way. That is a gradual type of violence or aggression. So what I was looking at his personality profile type, and then I also was looking at the different theories that were presented. And so what I'm saying is that we would expect to see other things within his personality profile type. There should be other violence or aggression. There should be other charges of violence and aggression. There should be there should be a known history of maybe intimate partner violence. There's a lot of things that should be within the personality profile type and within the evidence, given the theory that's been presented, that's not there.
How many of Mr. Chen's former girlfriends did you speak with?
None.
How many of Mr. Chen's
I
friends
expected people
did
involved.
you speak with?
None.
How many of Mr. Chen's family members did you interview?
None. I reviewed what was written in the discovery.
So you're basing your knowledge on Mr. Chen's prior violent history on what Mr. Chen told you?
And I'm also looking at the legal record, because you produced some charges for Mr. Chen in terms of violence and aggression, because typically that's what those individuals like that's what they have at a much younger age than now. They start at 10, 11, or 12 years old.
Hang on just a second, Jim. You approached here. Yes, sir. We're letting the jurors go downstairs to stretch their legs. I don't want them to walk by and hear anything. So we need just a minute to do that.
Yes, Your Honor.
We can proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Dr. Lewis, you can just hang out for just a moment. We've got to take a pause, and then we'll resume as soon as we can. Dr. Lewis, you remain under oath.
Dr. Lewis, I just have a few more questions for you this morning. You had just testified that you based a majority of your opinion on Mr. Chen on his personality profile. Is that correct?
Yes, his personality profile, as well as, just like any other mental status at the time of the offense type of evaluation, there's certain types of questioning that you ask the individual as they walk through various acts or allegations. So this is, what I conducted is no different. The hundreds of mental status at the time of the offense evaluation that I've done in the past. So I think that from the question that you're asking, it appears that you may not have knowledge of how mental status evaluations are conducted, which would be appropriate. So, yes, I look at the personality profile, but there's also a specific type of questioning that you ask the individual.
In 3 hours?
Yes.
Okay.
And you review the evidence that's been collected, which is the discovery. So I looked at the things in the discovery as well. So testing, interviewing, and also the discovery is very, very typical in terms of best practices in forensic psychology.
You testified that you did not issue any formal diagnosis for Mr. Chen, is that correct?
That is correct.
But you just mentioned psychopathy and sociopathy.
Right, those are not necessarily diagnoses. Those could be personality profile types. So that's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking at in terms of characterological function. So those are not diagnoses. So a diagnosis for something like that would be antisocial personality disorder. But psychopathy and sociopathy aren't a diagnosis. They are labels, or they are labels that tell us something about how the person's personality profile is, but not necessarily a full diagnosis. For example, you won't find that in the DSM-5.
Oh, the DSM-5. What is the DSM-5?
It is the book that we use that basically lists every mental disorder and their characterization of each one. So, for example, you will see something like major depressive disorder will be in the book. And there it says that this person has this, and that. And you use that manual in order to give someone a formal diagnosis.
Why did you not cite to the DSM-5 in your memorandum?
I don't believe it was necessary.
Is
I'm not sure how
Mr.
that would be necessary.
Based on your opinion, is Mr. Chen a psychopath?
No, he is not.
Based on your opinion, is Mr. Chen a sociopath?
No, he is not.
What personality profile does Mr. Chen have that caused you to come to the conclusion that it is highly unlikely that on November 23rd, 2022, he was unable to form the requisite mental state of this offense?
Just like any type of other mental status type of evaluation, I reviewed what his psychological or emotional functioning is, and what I found was there was a potential history of childhood trauma, there was depression, anxiety.
Dr. Lewis,
And you mentioned before.
I'm sorry to cut you off, Dr. Lewis. Hang on just a second, okay?
Jurors are walking by, make sure they don't hear anything we're talking about.
Dr. Lewis, you can continue with what you were saying about the personality profile of Mr. Chen.
So I was saying that he potentially has a history of childhood trauma. He experiences symptoms of depression and anxiety. He's younger than 25 years old. There's no known legal history that I found. That's why I asked you if you found any charges in terms of violence or intimidation. There's a history of misbehavior within the school setting. So those are all the things that I put together in terms of over the course of evaluating him. So there isn't a particular name, so to speak, of a profile. It's developing a profile of who this person or individual is. And you compare it to, as you mentioned, something like a sociopath or a psychopath. You would expect different information to be in the actual profile.
What does potential childhood trauma mean?
Well, the psychological testing revealed that there was likely a history of trauma. And then when he was having certain instances during his childhood, a professional like me, and perhaps others, would likely characterize some of those incidents as abuse. However, Mr. Chen did not characterize it as such.
Mr. Chen said he wasn't abused,
Correct.
but you think he was.
However, he described the incidents that he described, most professionals, and likely others we described as a form of abuse.
Well, did he describe them, or was that questions in his testing that you gave him?
During the interviewing, he told me about his childhood during the interview, so he described.
Were there questions on the test also related to childhood trauma?
Specifically childhood trauma, no. The testing was asking about, basically what the testing does, it's not face value. So it asks questions that may appear to be innocuous to the person who's answering or to the examinee. However, based on how he responded in the testing the interpretation suggests that likely he has experienced trauma in the past, because he matches how other people who we know for a fact have experienced trauma is how he responded. So what we do is we do comparison groups. So we're comparing how he responds to items to how others who we know are known to have certain disorders or certain life experiences.
What was that childhood trauma that he denied having, but you found that he had based on what he was saying?
The childhood trauma is not categorized as trauma.
This is where it goes too far.
Okay.
I'm also saying, Jason, at this point, we can get into it later when we get into it. This witness is allowed to testify further, and he is recognized as an expert. And Mr. Josh wants to lay the foundation, you can ask him about the specifics later. So sustain at this point.
You'd agree, Dr. Lewis, that a majority of people with childhood trauma don't murder other people, right?
Absolutely. And I would never suggest that would be an excuse for any type of law breaking.
Would your opinion change if you would have spoken with former friends of Mr. Chen that would tell you that they were scared of him?
That would be speculation. I don't know if it would change or not. It would depend on the veracity of the information or the details of the events that that his friends would say. So if there's information that's there, I'm more than willing to listen and to hear it. And yes, my opinion could potentially change. However, I have no way of knowing that until it happens.
Well, some experts would have interviewed people.
Absolutely. They absolutely would have. Yes. I think that is very much a common, I would say a common practice for some. However, it is not necessary or mandatory in terms of best practices, particularly not for mental status at the time of the offense or mental state type of evaluation. So I do certainly agree with you that does happen, but it's not necessary.
Why did you not come to Chattanooga to see Mr. Chen?
Because by the time I was available, he had been moved to Nashville. I didn't get clearance to even do anything until December 17th. And I was away on holiday December 16th through the 20th. And then I went out of the country from the 23rd or 24th until January the 3rd. And so I wasn't able to see him until January 7th. By that time, he was moved to Nashville, which is where I went to go see him.
Well, what about January 4th, 5th, and 6th?
Ma'am, there's no way I could have done that because I took a 24-hour flight from South Africa. So I need to rest.
All right, Mr. Weiss, at this point, we're still trying to decide whether or not we qualify as an expert. Does the state object to be qualified as an expert?
Yes, Your Honor.
State your reasons why, please.
Your Honor, Dr. Lewis has he was licensed as a psychologist in 2021, so he has several years of experience as a forensic psychologist. Okay, I apologize, in 2021 in Virginia, 2020 in the state of Georgia. Of course, he's not licensed as a psychologist in the state of Tennessee. He, in fact, probably has expertise in some type of psychology. But having an expertise in some kind of psychology does not mean that you have an expertise in a defendant's mental state at the time of a criminal offense. A podiatrist does not have an expertise in forensic pathology, even though they're both medical doctors. So no disrespect to Dr. Lewis, but as you go through, as we did, Dr. Lewis's resume, there is hardly anything in the resume or in his memorandum that has to do with reliability or trustworthiness of his findings as it has to do with the defendant's mental state at the time of the criminal offense. There is hardly anything. There is a lot regarding a defendant's competency to stand trial. That is not what we are here on. This expert cannot testify to toxicology. He is not, and I don't think this will be contested, he is not an expert in toxicology, which is apparently a primary issue of what he would opine on is the defendant's substance use on November 23rd, 2022 that he has no facts or information on except for what Mr. Chen told him. So he has no basis of knowledge. He is not an expert in the field of toxicology. He is not an expert in pharmacology. He is not a medical doctor. He has not presented enough facts and evidence of which he based his opinion on the defendant's mental state at the time of the offense. And in fact, Your Honor, the state is more confused after hearing his testimony because the defense alleged that the argument was diminished capacity, to which the experts adamantly denied that he was arguing diminished capacity. We now have a personality profile, childhood trauma. There's been nothing on the record that would establish that this expert should be qualified as a forensic psychologist as it relates to a defendant's mental state at the time of the offense. Moreover, he has not had enough time to speak with the defendant. He has not done his due diligence in checking the defendant's records, speaking with the defendant's family members or friends, and due to the fact that he's had the discovery since December 17th, it was on, quote, holiday and in South Africa for a majority of the time thereafter, he has not even had enough time to adequately go through discovery and make any type of finding such as this in this case. So we do object to this witness being qualified as an expert.
I do think the bar, there's some standard, obviously, for letting an expert testify. I think that it's whether or not some specialized knowledge might be helpful to the finder of fact in this particular case. he seems like perhaps he hasn't had the depth of experience that other experts have testified. Yeah, whether he, I don't think he has that yet. I don't think there's anything that's disqualifying as far as the weight that should be given to his opinion. That's certainly something we can talk about. But as far as again, his qualifications are concerned, as far as him being able to give an opinion, again, we're doing all this for the record. His testimony's already been deemed to be inadmissible, but I want the record to be complete. As much information as possible about Dr. Lewis. So I will recognize this witness as an expert in forensic psychology. Mr. Washington, thanks for proceeding.
Before proceeding, Your Honor, I just want to clarify for my questions. Is the court finding that there was a violation of Rules 12 or 16?
No, I'm not finding there was a violation in the sense that a deadline was missed. I do think that, if you want to clarify my ruling, there are actually two aspects to it. The first is that it's clear that this expert's services for this purpose, for what we're talking about today, the defense felt it became necessary after a recent hearing last month where the monster exhibit was admitted, and there was some concerns about that, as well as the medical examiner's testimony going to premeditation. And so I think that based on the timing, so that the state is not unfairly surprised, the workaround that the court is crafting removes the major, if not the only reason that this witness's testimony on this issue was represented to this court was needed. So that's one of the reasons being excluded, is that the state, I want to avoid the unfair surprise that Rule 12.2 contemplates, as well as give the defense a fair shake, as he described in voir dire last week. So that's one of the reasons. The other is that I don't think that the opinion as written qualifies as something that would be substantially helpful to the jury. When Dr. Lewis wrote that it's highly unlikely that Mr. Chen possessed the records of premeditation, I do find that there's a degree of speculation that is not going to rise to the level where his opinion would be helpful. And also, I guess I can point it out now, that during Dr. Lewis's testimony moments ago, he talked about the great weight that he gave to personality profile type. I mean, it is pretty clear in case law that personality type is not something that's even relevant to a defendant's capacity to form a mental state. It's pretty well established. So there are numerous reasons that this witness's testimony has been excluded from this particular trial at this particular point. Those are the reasons. Not a 12.2 violation. Again, I don't think there was any bad faith. I think this way the circumstances unfolded. I'm not finding that the defense acted unethically in any way. It's the way that it unfolded, the short time frame. Yes, sir.
I'll need
So it looks like you got the wrong. Just kind of let them know. Let them in. I'm going to have to start from scratch. If you could text Dr. Lewis and let him know that we've had some technical difficulties. I'm about to let him back in.
Dr. Lewis was there just a moment ago, now he's not. There we go. Dr. Lewis, sorry about that. We're going slow for lots of reasons, but I'm sorry to say that sometimes technology, this court moves at the speed of technology sometimes. Well, a lot of it's user error. Hopefully we solve that for now, okay? So I believe Mr. Weiss can ask some questions now.
Hi there, Dr. Lewis. May I have the overhead?
Yes. Well,
Can he see?
I don't know if WebEx will operate with overhead at the same time. No, just either video call or the overhead.
Can I try work around Judge?
Yes, sir.
Unless the state's going to object, I guess it doesn't matter. Dr. Lewis, I'm holding what you sent to my office as a curriculum vitae. It says Douglas E. Lewis, Jr., PSYD at the top, and in the top right corner it says REB period 9.24. Is this your CV?
Yes.
For the purposes of this hearing, the defense moves to enter the CV of Dr. Lewis into evidence as Exhibit 1.
Yeah, for this hearing, not to go back to the jury. Exhibit 1.
May I approach you?
Sir, feel free to move on the floor.
This is the first CV you sent us or the second CV?
Second.
Okay, my CD says revised 924 is the one.
That's right. Dr. Lewis, I have a letter here from Regina Lewis at the Board Administrator at the Board of Examiner in Psychology. It's dated December 17th. Was this letter given to you authorizing you to practice law temporarily in Tennessee?
Practice law, Judge?
I'm sorry.
Practice psychology.
Practice forensic psychology.
To practice psychology, yes.
Defense moves to enter this as exhibit number 2.
Exhibit 2.
Dr. Lewis, I'm holding in my hand a 7-page report, or memorandum rather. It says, the Honorable Boyd M. Patterson, the top, dated January 11, 2025. Is this your memorandum pertaining to expert testimony regarding Jason Chen?
Based on what you described, yes.
Defense moves to make this exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3.
All right, Dr. Lewis, I want to ask you about the methodology that you used in this assessment. What validated psychological tools did you employ in your assessment of Jason Chen?
The psychological tools that are both valid and reliable are the TOBRA, the TSI-2, and the PAI, broadly and well-known instruments.
Are there, if you had more time to spend with Jason, are there other tests that you would have performed?
No. I mean, certainly there are numerous tests that we have at our disposal, but I don't think that would have been necessary. In fact, a lot of mental status at the time of the offense evaluations don't use testing at all because psychiatrists and psychologists perform. So a lot of times testing is not even used.
Are the methods that you use consistent with the guidelines recognized by professional organizations like the American Psychological Association?
Yes.
And you don't have to go through it, but are you able to cite research and case studies that support the evaluation analysis that you did on Mr. Chen's or Jason's psychological state?
Yes.
And is it relevant to premeditation?
Directly relevant to the issue of premeditation, just like most legal questions, there's nothing that's going to directly load on any type of legal issue. However, those are tools, yes, that are used to answer some of the legal questions and controversies that emerge.
Do you believe that you were provided all the relevant materials, including evidence including evidence to ensure that your assessment is objective?
that is objective, yes, I strive for objectivity, but as I mentioned earlier, with the introduction of more information or data that's objective, you know, my opinion could change. However, based on what was available to me, as I mentioned in the memorandum, that is how I form those are the bases of how I form my opinion.
In your opinion, you say when to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty. What does that mean in the context of your opinion?
That means just like in any type of psychological science or practice, it is highly likely that what I'm saying is correct. However, when it comes to behaviors, actions, etc., we cannot say definitively anything. So that is what that means. That says that that means that given the resources that I've been given, also the evaluation, the psychological test, etc., that to the highest degree to which is possible as a psychologist or a psychiatrist, this is what my opinion is.
Why?
However, we can't say anything definitively.
Well, that's my question is, why can't you say this, your opinion with certainty? Absolute certainty.
It is. I am certain of my opinion. However, to say absolutely certain, I would have had to be in the room when these things were occurring, which none of us were. So I can't say this is absolutely what happened. I cannot say that because none of us can say that. However, based on the information, the data, the testing, the evaluation, it is highly likely that the opinion that I reached is the accurate.
Would you characterize your opinion as based on speculation?
No.
Why not?
Because I used and reviewed all the evidence that was in the discovery. I also conducted psychological testing. I interviewed. I reviewed his legal history, again, the things that are in the documentation. So speculation alone, based on my understanding, would be not using any form of evidence, not trying to use any type of objective psychological testing that's both valid and reliable. Those type of things, I think, I would characterize as speculation. However, when you use a multi-method approach, as I did, I would not characterize my final conclusion as speculative.
Did you make any assumptions that was unsupported by the evidence informing your conclusion?
No.
So can you explain to the court how your psychological insights from your evaluation into the mind of Jason Chen are relevant to the legal question of premeditation?
Okay, so premeditation is arguably something about one's mental status or mental state during the commission of an act. So just like any other mental status related evaluation, I am assessing and evaluating not only what came before, during, and after the act, but also I'm also looking at the personality profile of the individual. So I'm using all those things in order to answer the legal question. Typically, again, when it comes to legal questions like competency to stand trial, like mental status at the time of the offense, violence risk, etc., there's no legal question that psychologists or psychiatrists can directly answer in the way that you all are trying to characterize it. What we do is we use all the information that we have available, data, interviewing, observations, testing, etc., to answer the legal question. But it's not like A plus B equals C. That is not how these things work. Like, for example, there's no real test of premeditation. There's no test of mental status at the time of the offense. We use the information that we have and the testing and the level of questioning and training that we have to make to give the court answers to its controversies.
So sticking with the premeditation, particularly in cases with premeditation or where you're dealing with intent, can you elaborate on the specific experience conducting those types of forensic evaluations?
So those type of, I actually am in the middle of one. I have one that I'm doing that has to do with the intent or the case element of intent in Virginia. And in those type of cases, we're looking at one's functioning behaviorally, socially, and intellectually or cognitively in order to make determinations about one's intent. For example, it was posed earlier about his reasoning and critical thinking. If someone, for example, has an IQ of less than 65 or less than 60, there's certain types of crimes without the assistance of another person, you know that they would not be able to do because they don't have the level of forethought or thinking. In terms, that's an easy way of kind of understanding it. IQ or functioning in terms of their cognitive functioning is something where we would be able to answer that type of question.
So, can you explain your role as a forensic psychologist and how it's distinct from a psychiatrist or a general clinical psychologist in assessing premeditation or intent?
A forensic psychologist is a clinical psychologist who has specialized or specialty training in forensic psychology, meaning we have gotten some type of legal training in that we understand we understand or know how to interpret certain statutes, and we also apply psychological principles to legal issues. For example, as I mentioned before, the idea of competency to stand trial, mental status at the time of the offense, these are legal issues. However, you need a psychologist or someone with that particular training in order to answer those questions. So we're different from, a forensic psychologist is different from a psychiatrist because a psychiatrist cannot issue testing. Usually their training in forensic is not as comprehensive as it is when you are studying to be a forensic psychologist. And we're definitely different from a general practitioner because general practitioners are there to treat and evaluate mental disorders only. They don't have the legal piece, the legal understanding. For example, I had 2 to 3 years of didactic instruction about cases that involve mental health or psychological issues.
What methods did you employ in forming your conclusion about Jason Chen's mental state at the time of the offense?
I reviewed the entire discovery that was made available to me. I interviewed Mr. Chen extensively, not just questions about his personal history, but also violence risk and also sexual violence risk. Again, those questions were not all face valid, meaning there were times where an examinee would not know why I was asking the questions that I was asking. I also administered 3 psychological tests that are both deemed valid and reliable within our field.
So, in regards to the assessments that you did on Jason,
Sorry about that, Mr. Wyford. Shuffling jurors around as far as figuring out when to do that, I should say. Please continue.
let me start over. The question is whether, or here, let me say this. Can you explain the psychological concepts of emotional regulation, impulsivity, and how they're relevant to this case?
So emotional regulation and impulsivity are important to this case because often people who commit murder or other heinous acts of violence, it tends to be in a heightened state or what I call affective aggression or violence. So someone who has trouble regulating their emotions or someone who is quick to anger and also is impulsive, they are likely to engage in behavior without thinking. And a lot of times, our jails and our prisons are filled with people who have committed acts out of being anger, not thinking, impulsive. So emotional regulation and impulsivity are two, what in my opinion, major factors in most crimes when it comes to aggression and violence.
So one of the tests you did was, is it called TOBRA, TOBRA? How do you pronounce it?
It's called the TOBRA.
TOBRA. And you conducted the TOBRA with Jason Chen?
Yes.
How did his performance in this test inform your understanding of his cognitive capacity for playing the role?
Well, the reason why I issued that test is because someone who is highly intelligent will create a different type or may slightly change the way that we characterize in terms of the profile. Because someone, and so I needed to know where he fell in terms of the bell curve, in terms of intelligence. So it's not a test of intelligence, but one of reasoning and critical thinking. And so if he is scored really high on there, that may have informed me in a different kind of way about how he's functioning in terms of, you know, his proclivity perhaps for manipulation, deception, lying, etc. And so I need to know where he fell. And so I know that he falls in the average range on the bell curve in terms of, you know, reasoning and critical thinking.
Is your opinion and conclusion based solely on that personality test?
It is based, that is a test of reasoning and critical thinking, and no, it is not based solely on that. No opinion should be formed based on one thing. It needs to be a multi-method approach.
In the TSI-2, you noted Jason had anxious arousal and intrusive experiences. How do these findings support your conclusion that Jason's actions were likely reactive and premeditated?
In terms of supporting it basically builds a profile of how he's functioning. This is someone who likely has bad memories about something that has happened to them, experiences anxiety, which, you know, is worry or restlessness. Individuals like that may be quick to agitation. They may engage in behaviors to reduce tension, like using marijuana or alcohol. This is developing a profile of how this person is functioning daily.
How does your reliance on the empirical testing, using those the tests that you did, and I guess the evidence and discovery that you received, ensure that your conclusions are not speculative?
It strongly ensures it because best practices indicate by the specialty guidelines of forensic psychology, which were adopted by the American Psychological Association in 2013, indicate that we should engage in a multi-method approach when it comes to evaluation assessment. And therefore, based on that adoption of those specialty guidelines, based on my work in the field of mental health since 2010, my work with inmates or justice involved individuals since 2014 or 2015, it ensures me and it informs me that my opinion is not speculative.
Were your findings consistent with other peer-reviewed literature and established psychological principles?
My findings were consistent. Let me answer that in a different kind of way. The approach and the procedures that I used were consistent with any type of empirical research or examples, etc. My findings or my opinion is something that I reached based on using those methods that were consistent with all empirical research that's available.
Were the methods that you used, the forms that you used, were those reliable?
Yes, those tests and or forms, however you want to refer to it, have been used for years by psychologists across the nation. You can easily Google them and you can learn about a lot of these tests. And these testing are well developed. In particular, the personality testing sort was developed by Dr. Leslie Morey at the University of Texas, and he's still doing research on that testing. So it is very reliable.
Is it that your findings and conclusions that Jason Chen couldn't have formed the requisite mental state premeditation? Is that your opinion?
My opinion that it's highly unlikely that he formed the requisite premeditation.
Why can't you say, the jurors ready for lunch? Yes, Your Honor. We'll let the jurors walk by, everyone's done. One more question? All right, go ahead.
Would any reputable forensic psychologist say with absolute certainty that a subject had the requisite premeditation or requisite intent, or is that something that goes too far beyond an opinion?
Saying absolutely certain is going too far beyond an opinion. No reputable forensic psychologist or forensic psychiatrist should say anything with absolutism.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Just a moment, gentlemen. You can send the jurors to lunch. Yes, Judge. Council protocol, please. Dr. Lewis, can you hear me? You might step off too. Got you muted, I think. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Dr. Lewis, thank you so much. Mr. Weiss will get in touch with you shortly to let you know how to proceed, how we're going to proceed in this case. I do thank you for your time this morning. Okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
It's a privilege.
So the jurors just been sent to lunch. They've got Jimmy John's in the jury room, which means it won't take them very long. So they'll give them a little time to walk around. So this will be our lunch break too. Are there any matters you want to take up before we take our lunch break?
Yes, Your Honor, two separate issues. One has to do with the indictment. The state has indicted Mr. Chen for abuse of corpse. In that indictment, we listed all of the factors under the abuse of corpse statute, two of which inarguably do not apply and would be prejudicial if they were read to the jury. One of those is disentering a corpse that has been buried or otherwise interred. The other is disposing of the other one is engaging in sexual contact. Neither of those are being argued by the state, so I would just request that I be able to leave those out when I read the indictment and only read the other two subsections that could apply in fairness to Mr. Chen. And then the other judge, so that the defense can object before opening statement, the state intends to introduce the suitcase that Ms. Pace's body was in during opening statement to avoid delay during opening statement where the jury has to go out. We figured we'd go ahead and disclose that now.
So you want to show the suitcase?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Otherwise, it's common for evidence that's likely going to be admitted to be used in opening. Any objection?
Thank you,
Well,
Judge.
to the extent of all my past motions to suppress all those.
You're not waiving anything.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, that clock says 12:20. Everyone will be back when that clock says 1:15. That's 55 minutes of lunch. What we're going to do is we'll start the jury trial, bring the jury in. They'll be sworn over the instructions and keep it down. Court's still in session. You can leave, just be quiet. We're still in session. What will happen is the jury will be brought back in. They'll be sworn. I'll read the preliminary jury instructions to them, state the indictment, and the opening, and be ready to call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, what time did you say? I apologize.
It'll be 1:15.
1:15, thank you, Your Honor.
Court's in recess till 1:15. Yes, Judge. See, Terry, if you can dare you to approach, please. Yes, sir. Dealing with the jury today, once after the jurors get sworn. So we're going to round up those officers and they'll get sworn momentarily right after the jury's sworn. So when they're ready, Terry, let me know, and then we'll bring in the jury. Yes, Judge. Are both sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we request, Your Honor? Yes, sir. The trial to go sometime. A jury will be brought in, they'll be sworn, officers will be sworn. I'll read some preliminary jury instructions. State will read the indictment. If they choose, they can make an opening statement. Mr. Chen, so if the attorney wishes to make an opening statement, we'll do it then too. And we're going to go right into proof. I mean, no one wants to stand and stretch. Better do it now, because otherwise we're going to be for the session for quite some time.
Everyone's ready, sir?
Everyone's ready back there?
Yes, sir.
Bring the jury.
Feel free to sit wherever you want. There will be one chair that's kind of off to the end there. If anybody particularly big, over 6 feet, need to stretch your legs, that might be a good chair for you. That'll be her chair. All right, please be seated. Welcome again to Chattanooga. Welcome to the courtroom. As you can see, it's the exact opposite of where we were last week, or how the courtroom is laid out. So it feels a little backwards too. That's how we felt all last week. Hope you had a restful night last night. We already started the trial momentarily. And with that, I'll have you all stand and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear or affirm to well and truly try the issues that traverse herein, joined between the state of Tennessee and the defendant, Jason Chen, upon a true bill of indictment charging him with the offense of first-degree murder, abuse of a corpse, a true deliverance made, and a true verdict rendered, according to the law and evidence, so help you God.
Please be seated. Got a little bit of a taste, I'm sorry, of what's in front of you in some ways. You're in court now. There will be a lot of times like this morning where we spent basically all morning in the pre-trial matters. So be prepared. There will be some times where we ask you to step out. And be patient with us and work the matters that at any end save time for everybody. Can I tell you to bring the officers in that? Yes, Jeff. Let's all stand in front of the jury. All right, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that you will take charge of this jury, keep them separate and apart from all persons, not allow them to communicate in any manner with anyone or anyone with them, and as it concerns the matter on trial, nor with you, nor you with them, that you will deliver them safely into court, so help you God. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant has been charged by the state of Tennessee with violations of state law. The document containing the charges is referred to as a presentment. A presentment is a formal accusation charging a defendant with one or more criminal offenses. The presentment does not constitute evidence. Presentment 315-228 charges the defendant with 2 offenses: first-degree premeditated murder and abuse of a corpse. These offenses and any lesser included offenses will be defined for you later in the trial. To presentment 315-228, the defendant pleads not guilty. The defendant is presumed to be innocent of the charges against him. He may not be found guilty unless, after hearing all the evidence, arguments, and instructions of law, the 12 jurors seated in this case unanimously find the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is defined as that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of guilt. Absolute certainty of guilt is not demanded by the law to convict of any criminal charge. But moral certainty is required. And this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the defense. state carries the burden of proving the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden remains on the state throughout the case. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence, produce any evidence, or make any statements or arguments. You, as jurors, must decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed the offenses charged in the presentment. You must base that decision only on the evidence presented during this trial and the court's instructions about the applicable law to be applied. Next will be the parties' opening statements. The state will describe the evidence it intends to present so that you will have an idea of what the state's case is about. Opening statement itself is not evidence. It operates to help you understand the evidence that will be presented during the trial. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement. Then comes the state's case in chief, during which the state will present its evidence. The evidence will most likely consist of physical exhibits, documents, and the testimony of witnesses. The witnesses will testify by answering questions asked by the lawyers for the parties. Jurors, you will be allowed to ask witnesses questions. Any juror who has a question for a witness should put your question or questions in writing. Let Felix or the court officers know. The questions will remain anonymous and should not include your name. The court will consult with the parties outside your hearing and decide how and whether the question should be asked. I may ask the juror's question in whole or in part, or may change the wording of the question. This is very important. You shall not give any meaning to any question that was not asked or that the meaning of the wording has been changed. The question might not have been asked because doing so would be unfair to the defense. Your question might not be asked because it would be unfair to the state. The question might not be asked because both lawyers have decided not to ask the question. The question might be asked because another witness might be better suited to answer your question. But here's the takeaway. You cannot speculate as to why one of your questions was not asked, or why it was asked in a different form. It could be for a number of very important reasons, or not so important reasons. But one thing is for certain, speculating would definitely be unfair to someone. That's why you cannot speculate on why a question was not asked. After the state completes its case in chief, the defendant may present evidence. Again, the defendant is not required to put on any evidence or to testify. The burden always remains on the state to establish that the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. After you've heard all the evidence, you will receive written instructions about the rules of law that you are to use. Finally, the parties will be offered an opportunity to present closing arguments. During closing arguments, the parties will summarize their cases and help you understand the evidence. As with opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. At that point, the final 12 jurors will leave the courtroom together as a group. You'll then begin your deliberations in the jury room. It will be your job to determine what the facts are from the evidence. You must then apply the law as will be provided to you in the court's instructions to the facts. From that application, you will arrive at a verdict. Your deliberations will be in secret, and you will not be required to explain your verdicts to anyone. Your role as jurors includes making judgments about witness testimony. In making that decision of credibility of witnesses, you may ask yourself questions like, did the witness impress you as honest? Did the witness have any particular reason not to tell the truth? Did the witness have a personal interest in the outcome of the case? Did the witness have a good memory of the relevant events? Did the witness have the opportunity and ability to observe accurately the relevant events? Did the witness appear to understand the question clearly, answering it directly? And did the witness's testimony differ from the testimony of other witnesses? Do not base your verdict on the fact that there were more witnesses on one side than the other. Your job is to consider the testimony of each witness you heard and decide the facts. Circumstantial evidence and direct evidence constitute the basic types of evidence. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as testimony of an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts from which you may infer that other facts exist. Both types of evidence carry equal value under the law. You will not receive a transcript of the testimony at the end of the trial. I'm going to repeat that. You will not receive a transcript of the testimony at the end of trial. It means that you must listen very carefully to the witnesses as they testify. You're not required to take notes. If you wish, you may take notes during the trial for your own use. You have been provided a pen and paper if you decide to take notes. Both the state and the defendant deserve a fair trial. Accordingly, you must make your decision based only upon the evidence presented in the courtroom. Any juror who engages in independent research about persons or matters relating to the case violates the fairness of the trial. This has been a sequestered jury, so you will not have access to any electronics. But it's important that you know that until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss the case even with your fellow jurors. After you retire to deliberate, you may begin discussing the case with your fellow jurors only. You must not discuss the case with anyone other than your fellow jurors until you have returned the verdict and the case is at an end. One of the things that comes up every now and then over the days is sometimes jurors will feel like they have to talk to the case about someone, so they'll talk to a court officer about it. You can't do that either. You can't talk to the court officer about general procedure, defendants in general, so you can talk about anything other than this case and criminal procedure, the lawyers, parties, and this court as well. If you find the defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder, there will be a sentencing hearing, after which you will determine for the offense of first-degree premeditated murder, the defendant should be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole or life imprisonment. If you find the defendant guilty of any offense other than first-degree premeditated murder, the court will set the punishment at a separate sentencing hearing. The jury will not be involved in setting the punishment for any offense other than the first-degree premeditated murder. And for your information, again, as I said in Nashville last week, this is not a death penalty case. At times during the trial, a party may make an objection. This simply means that the party is requesting a decision by the court on a particular rule of law. Do not draw any conclusions from the fact that an objection is made or from the ruling on that objection. The rulings only relate to the legal guidance that the court must provide to lawyers and should not influence your thinking. If an objection to a question is sustained, do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been had the witness been permitted to give it. Similarly, you will receive instructions not to consider a particular statement that was made, and you should therefore put that statement out of your mind, and you may not refer to that statement in your later deliberations. Finally, during the course of trial, we may have to halt the proceedings to confer about the rules of law that should apply. We may have bench conferences in the courtroom outside of your hearing. For more complex issues, you may be moved to the jury room. These conferences resolve legal issues and guide our trial proceedings, so please remain patient, because in the long run, they save time for everyone. This completes my opening comments to you. General Ray, ready to read the indictment?
Yes, Your Honor. State of Tennessee, Criminal Court for Hamilton County, 2023. Count 1, the grand jurors upon their oath do present that Jason Chen, on or about the 23rd day of November 2022, in Hamilton County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did unlawfully, intentionally, and with premeditation, inflict mortal injuries on Jasmine Pace, which resulted in the death of Jasmine Pace on or about the 23rd day of November 2023, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-13-202, against the peace and dignity of the state.
How does Mr. Chen plead to count 1?
Not guilty.
General?
Count 2, the grand jurors upon their oath do present that Jason Chen, on or about the 23rd day of November 2022, in Hamilton County, Tennessee, and before the finding of this indictment, did knowingly, without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, or disposed of a corpse in a manner known to be in violation of the law, in violation of Tennessee Code Annotated 39-17-312, against the peace and dignity of the state. This indictment, I'm sorry, Judge. This indictment was signed by the District Attorney General and was filed with the the Clerk of the Courts on March the 23rd, 2023.
How does Mr. Chen plead to guilty? Not guilty.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the suitcase in which Jason Chen stuffed the 98-pound body of Jasmine Pace. That's where I'm going to begin the story. Except I want you to remember that as you hear evidence in the next week, that this is not a story like the one that you read in a novel where you have to imagine the appearances of characters. The evidence that you will hear in this case is very real. The evidence will not require that you use your imagination. Jasmine Pace was very real. And Jason Chen really killed her. The suitcase was located in a brushy area just yards from the bank of the Tennessee River and right off of Suck Creek Road. In it was the body of Jasmine Pace, who had been placed in a fetal position inside of 3 black trash bags. Her right ankle was handcuffed to her right wrist. Her left ankle had been shackled to her right arm. Her wounds were extensive. You will hear from Dr. Cogswell, the medical examiner for Hamilton County, who will describe those wounds in great detail. He stabbed her over and over and over again, not 7 times, not 29 times, not 43 times, but 60 stab wounds. One wound, a through and through, from the right side of the neck all the way through the left. Another so deeply penetrated her rib cage that the tip of the knife broke off into her lung. You will see the tip of that knife. The state of Tennessee is required to prove to you 3 elements for first-degree premeditated murder. The first is that Jasmine was intentionally killed. The second is that it was with premeditation. You will hear facts and evidence. You will see photos. You will hear from witnesses that allow you to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that she was intentionally killed and that premeditation was involved. But the third element is that the state of Tennessee has to prove that he did it. I'm going to start from the beginning. The 2 of them had been seeing each other, Jason and Jasmine. On Tuesday, November 22nd, 2022, the week of Thanksgiving, Jasmine left her home and drove to Jason's apartment, a 1-bedroom apartment where he lived by himself. She was never heard from again after November 23rd. After November 23rd, 2022, her friends and family never heard from her. She never returned home, and she missed Thanksgiving. Like most families would, they knew something was wrong. You will learn that Jasmine's family quickly suspected that Jason Chen had something to do with her disappearance. Despite the family's best efforts, to get the police department involved. Initially, the Chattanooga Police Department was of no help. Jasmine's family was forced to take matters into their own hands. So, on November 26, 2022, you will learn that Jasmine's family broke into his apartment. You will hear that. You will hear that they were trying to find their daughter and their sister, and that they went in to his apartment. Of course, Jason wasn't there, but what was there? Some of Jasmine's belongings, including her driver's license and her credit cards. You will hear from a mother who is desperate to find her daughter. Eventually, and only because of the relentlessness of Jasmine Pace's family, the Chattanooga Police Department's Homicide Division executed a search warrant at Jason Chen's apartment on November 28, 2022. The missing persons investigation quickly became a homicide investigation when, even despite his best efforts to clean it up, Jasmine's blood was everywhere. Jasmine Pace's blood, upon the execution of the search warrant, was located all over Jason Chen's apartment. It was obvious that Jason had tried to clean it up based on the scene. You'll see those photos. You'll see photos of cleaning products, but you're also going to see video of Jason Chen on November 23rd, 2022, buying cleaning products at multiple locations the same day that Jasmine's friends and family stopped hearing from her. You will learn that homicide investigators located Jasmine's body in this suitcase on the side of Sup Creek Road, in part due to Jason's own cell phone location records. They were able to track Jason using those cell phone location records throughout Chattanooga on the day of the 23rd. Walgreens, Walmart, most likely looking for a place to dump her body. But then eventually, at 6 p.m. on November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen leaves his apartment with a suitcase. He enters his vehicle and he drives to Suck Creek Road. You will learn of other efforts that Jason took to try to cover his tracks. How he ditched her vehicle in a random apartment complex on Mountain Creek Road so that it was no longer at his apartment building. He sent text messages to Jasmine's phone to try to create an alibi when she was dead inside of his apartment and he was in possession of her phone. You will hear facts of cover-up. You will learn that police never found Jasmine Pace's phone, but they did find her SIM card. The small chip that goes into the side of our phones to store all of our phone's information, her SIM card was located. Where was it? It was in a glasses case inside of Jason Chen's backpack
that was in his possession when he was located by the Chattanooga Police Department. And when you think that you have seen enough evidence that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace, you will be convinced that he stuffed her body in this suitcase after placing it in trash bags, because you will hear from a fingerprint expert. The fingerprint expert will tell you that Jason Chen's fingerprints were found on the innermost trash bag that surrounded her body. In the first few days of trial, you're going to see a few witnesses that may at first seem confusing to you. Bear with me. They are going to be laying the foundation for evidence that you will see through Chattanooga Police Department homicide investigator Zachary Crawford. Over the course of the upcoming week, the state of Tennessee will prove to you beyond any reasonable doubt that Jason Chen handcuffed, sliced, stabbed, packaged, and discarded Jasmine Pace. I ask that you carefully consider this evidence. The state of Tennessee will give you the dots, and we will help you connect them. At the end of trial, I'm going to humbly ask that you find Jason Chen guilty of murdering Jasmine Pace in the first degree and then abusing her corpse. Thank you.
Mr. Chen.
I told you when we were in Nashville that I wouldn't waste your precious time. And I have no intention to waste it during the course of this trial. In the early morning hours of November 23rd, 2022, Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace. He didn't do it with premeditation. This is a voluntary manslaughter case. Voluntary manslaughter is the intentional or knowing killing of another in a state of passion produced by adequate provocation, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in an unreasonable manner. The state told you during jury selection that in order to prove first-degree murder, they don't have to prove that it was a felony. But it wasn't. The state told you in jury selection that they don't have to prove a motive. There isn't. What the state does have to do is prove premeditation. And it can't. Because it wasn't. Jason Chen is a first-generation Chinese American. He grew up in Nolensville. His parents worked at a Chinese restaurant, worked very hard bringing him up. Jason graduated from high school and then went to college here at Chattanooga, at the University of Tennessee, at Chattanooga, UTC. In November of 2022, he was a senior with a major in computer science. The year before, he and Jasmine started communicating. They met on Tinder. And after exchanging messages back and forth, they started texting using iMessage. You're going to see the iMessages between Jason and Jasmine. You're going to see how their relationship progressed through these text messages. In 2021, they dated for a few months, but then lost touch. But then about 8 months later, in May of 2022, they rekindled that relationship and they started dating, seeing each other more and more. They obviously got much closer. They traveled to Chicago together that summer. And you're going to see through the text messages, someone was obviously more into this relationship than the other. Jasmine started getting feelings for Jason. And you're going to see through those text messages that Jason didn't reciprocate that as much as she did. Then you come to the week of November 22nd. It was Thanksgiving. Jasmine and her family lost their grandmother. She was in grief. And on the night of November 22nd, around 11 p.m., she came over to Jason's house. And they did what they always do. They drink wine, smoke pot, smoke wax, watch movies, and do what 22-year-olds do. On the night of November the 22nd, they were drinking wine in the back bedroom. You're going to see pictures of the apartment. This apartment is 500 square feet. You can get from the front door to the back door or back wall, less than 10 seconds walking away. Very small apartment. In order to open one bottles of wine in the bedroom, Jason had to go to the kitchen and get a kitchen knife to take off that plastic wrapper that goes around the top of wine bottles. So he was able to get off the top of the wine bottle, the plastic around it, and he placed it on his nightstand. At a certain point, they finish off the bottle of wine, and Jasmine goes back into the kitchen to get another bottle. And there on the counter is Jason's cell phone. Ding, 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 ding. That familiar Tinder ding that Jasmine and Jason knew so well because that's how they met. Jasmine looked at his phone and saw all these messages with other girls, with other people. And this was infuriating to her. She was already in grief, and it sent her in an anger, into a rage, and they started yelling and fighting verbally. Jason came into the kitchen, and you're going to hear from witnesses that can hear both of them arguing. You're going to hear from witnesses that heard this dispute, not the words, but could hear them yelling. Jasmine attacked Jason with an empty wine bottle. And in reaction, Jason kicked her, and she fell backwards, knocking over wine glasses. She picked up one of the wine glasses and ran towards Jason, and Jason retreated, going from the kitchen to his bedroom, which you have to go through the bathroom. She chased after him, and he was trying to close the door to the bathroom, but couldn't because the bath mat got in the way. Then tried to run from the bathroom into the bedroom, but there was a pocket door, and it's impossible to close. And he gets back into his bedroom, and Jasmine is right there coming at him with this broken glass. Jason sees the knife, and he reacts. And he stabs. He blacked out. Your heart is racing. You're in that fight or flight response. Your adrenaline is rushing. You're in a panic. You're in a fear. You don't know what's going to happen next. And he panicked. He comes to, and he's laying over Jasmine's body, kneeling over it. She's bloody. Sickened by it, Jason crawls on his hands and knees to the bathroom and throws up. He lays there for minutes, and then he goes back into the room and sees what he's done. He's scared, in a panic, and he doesn't know what to do. And I wish I was telling you right now that he called 911, that he called the police, but he didn't. He should have. But even if he had called the police, I still think that we'd be having the same trial today, arguing the exact same issues. From there, Jason decides that he has to cover this up. He has to hide what he's done.
scared for what his future entails, but more importantly, the shame that he's going to bring on his family, the shame that comes with everything that he's being accused of today. So he sets down this course of trying to hide it. He places Jasmine in trash bags, puts the handcuffs on her after she is dead, so that way she can fit into the trash bags, and so that he can put her into that suitcase. And where he then takes her body in that suitcase and drops her by the banks of the Tennessee River here in Chattanooga. He then sets on a course to try to clean up the apartment to his best of his ability. He does a poor job. He tries to hide the fact that what he did by texting her parents, texting Jasmine's parents, by pretending to be her on social media, whatever he can do to give himself an alibi in his eyes. It's selfish, and it's wrong. But he panicked, and he thought this was the best course of action. There's a couple other things that complicate this case. You're going to hear about Katrina Pace, Jasmine's mother. Any person whose child is missing, who would go to such lengths and have such courage, should be commended. She broke into Jason's apartment to search for her daughter. She also went in other times than that first time. She went in at least 3 or 4 other times, doing 2 things. One, contaminating the scene. She couldn't have known what had happened there. I don't think that she purposely contaminated it. But what that's going to show in the evidence is the state's going to show you what's called luminol, blue star agent. That reacts with blood, and it creates a blue image. The cleaning materials and the blood that Jason cleaned up was tracked by Katrina Pace and all of her family that went in and out of this apartment. It was tracked by law enforcement officers going in and out, tracking it all through the apartment. Police, in this case, Chattanooga Police Department, and I'm embarrassed to say it, they were incompetent and impotent and unable to help Katrina Pace. In order to incentivize, in order to get the Chattanooga Police Department to look for look for Katrina's missing daughter, to get them to go and look for Jason and to arrest him, she had to stage the scene. She, or perhaps others, I don't know, went into Jason's apartment after meeting with the Chattanooga Police Department to make the scene look more incriminating than it actually was. You'll see a knife on the bed that wasn't there when Chattanooga Police Department went through the apartment initially before the search warrant was issued. You're going to see the differences between what the apartment looked like beforehand and what it looked like after. The second issue is the incompetency and the ineffectiveness of the Chattanooga Police Department. You're going to hear Zach Crawford. You're going to hear him testify at this trial that he told Katrina Pace and her family that he would tarnish this investigation if it meant bringing Jasmine back. Well, that begs the question, what did he do, or what could he have done to tarnish this investigation? What could he have done to manufacture premeditation so the state could show that to you today and over the course of this week? I promised you not to waste your time. The state's talking about fingerprints on trash bags, DNA found at the scene. I don't intend to ask many questions about any of that. The only issue in this case whether there's premeditation. If there is no premeditation, this is not first-degree murder. This killing didn't happen after calm and cool reflection as the law requires. This is Jason. After being sufficiently provoked, after having his girlfriend run at him with a bottle, with a broken glass, and him reacting in a panic, but acting irrationally. Jason Chen is guilty, but he's not guilty of the crime that he's charged with. Jason Chen should be found guilty of the crime he did, not the crime he didn't. Thank you.
The rule has been requested. If anybody who's going to testify in this case that's not the lead investigator for the case or a member of the Pace family, you go and step out. All right, General Carey, first witness.
Your Honor, I ask for DVD on Your Honor's screen. The state's going to call to the stand Katrina Bean.
Please play it through your laptop.
Yes, Your Honor.
I have a few minutes. This is the first step.
You may step out anytime, Ms. Pace.
Well, Your Honor, say first witness.
State's first witness. Ms. Pace, hang on just a moment, please. Ms. Long, you want to talk to Ms. Pace for just a moment?
Yeah. Will the court just give me 2 minutes, Judge?
Yes. Please step out. Yeah. He needs a glass of water, needs a break of some kind, just let Felix know. Go ahead and step out, please. And second, the rest of yours can stay. Sir, you can stay. It's just one, unless anyone else needs a restroom break. Yeah. Go ahead.
Madam President.
Yes. Tell you what. back in the courtroom. General Claudia, goodness.
The state would call Katrina Bean to the stand, Your Honor.
solemnly swear affirm that the testimony that you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Katrina, can you please state your name for the court's record?
Katrina Diane Bean.
And, just gonna talk a little bit about yourself, your family, before we get started. Do you need a break, let us know. Do you live in Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you from Chattanooga?
Yes.
Are you married?
Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Gregory Scott Bean.
Do you have children?
I do.
How many?
4.
And, is one of them Jasmine Pace?
Yes.
Who is Jasmine's biological father?
Travis Pace.
How old was Jasmine in November of 2022?
22 years old.
And can you describe for the jury, just generally, Jasmine's size?
She was tiny. Beginning bed weighed 100 pounds.
Where was Jasmine living in November of 2022?
In our pool house.
And where would your house, would the pool house be located?
Our house is right above the pool house.
What's the address?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
And is that Chattanooga? Was Jasmine working anywhere in 2022?
Yes, she worked for us.
And what is us mean? Can you explain
My
that to the
husband
jury?
and I have a construction company. She ran our office.
Ms. Bean, you're very soft-spoken. I want to make sure that the jurors hear the witness, okay? Everyone okay? You can't just raise your hand, okay? Thank you, Ms. Bean.
I want you to talk to the jury about what was going on in your family the week of Thanksgiving in 2022, specifically the 21st and the 22nd. Can you talk to the jury about that?
My grandmother that raised me, that's my mom, is fighting cancer. Just got finished her treatments and thought it had she'd been in remission and she got sick and quickly, within a 24-hour period, we had to take her to the emergency room that morning of the 22nd. And she died that evening in the emergency room. With all of her family present, including Jasmine and myself.
Was Jasmine close to her grandmother?
Yes.
You testified that Jasmine lived in your pool house. How often were you seeing Jasmine in this period of time?
I saw Jasmine every day, on and off, all day, every day.
Because she lived there and she worked for you?
And we were very close.
At some point after her grandmother passed away, were you not able to get in touch with Jasmine?
Correct. The next day.
Were you calling her?
I was calling and she didn't answer. I sent messages
Was that abnormal?
to not hear from Jasmine, yes. And for her not to be there for her family, yes.
Did you know if she was seeing anyone in terms of a dating relationship?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Jason Chen.
And to your knowledge, what was their relationship at that point in time?
They're getting to know each other. She wasn't ready for us to meet him.
So you had never met him?
No,
She had never brought him to the house?
no.
Was she private?
She was.
So, when was the last time you saw Jasmine?
November 22nd, 2022.
Do you know about what time, what day she left your house for the last time?
It was about 11 o'clock at night, I guess.
What caused you to finally take a step to go to Verizon to see if you could check her cell phone records?
Objection. Lack of foundation.
Lay the proper foundation.
You testified that you could not get a hold of your daughter?
No,
Did you try on the 24th?
yes.
Were other friends and family trying on the 24th?
I'm not sure. I followed up with the friend that I had received a message from. Her phone line saying that she was going to be with, and couldn't get a hold of her, so I got a hold of her grandmother. Said that Jasmine had not been there for Thanksgiving. And a friend reached me and said that she hadn't heard from Jasmine, that was, she had not been up there, and I was immediately concerned, and I went to Verizon to see about her phone data, if I could locate her. I seen that there hadn't been any activity on her phone for several days, and so I bought a cheap phone in Verizon and had her phone line put on it so that I could get messages that sign into her car app.
Okay, let's pause there, because we just testified to a lot. So you testified just now that you learned that Jasmine was not with her friend who you thought she could have been with. Who was that friend?
Emma,
And how did you know that?
because her grandmother and her both said that she wasn't there with them.
Why did you think that Jasmine would have been with Emma?
Because I received a message from Jasmine's phone on the 23rd, which at the time I didn't pay attention to the wording, because I was so upset about my grandmother. But on the 26th, when I started getting really concerned, I went back and I read the text again, and the wording said, I'm going with my girlfriend, Emma, to spend Thanksgiving in South Carolina, which Jasmine wouldn't have texted me introducing Emma as her girlfriend, because I knew Emma. Emma had spent lots of time around me. So there would be no reason for Jazzy to introduce her that way. That was odd. And then also, I was almost certain that Emma's family is from Kentucky, not South Carolina.
Did you reach out to Emma's family?
I did, with her mother.
And what did you learn?
Jasmine had not been there with her.
Was that really what sparked your significant concern that something could be wrong?
Yes.
And so then you testified that you went to Verizon, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, so let's slow down. You went to Verizon and did explain to them what you asked for them to do and then what Bryson was able to do with Jasmine's phone.
So I logged into our account because Jasmine's phone line is on our plan. And I looked at her activity on her phone line, see if calls made out, calls coming in, text message, if there was any data activity, anything. And there hadn't been for several days.
Okay. No calls? No activity on apps? What is the My Chevy app?
It's an app that tracks your vehicle's movements.
What kind of vehicle did Jasmine drive?
A Chevy SUV.
Okay. And is My Chevy something that comes with the vehicle?
It is.
With every Chevrolet?
I'm not sure.
You knew at that time that it came with Jasmine's stuff?
Again,
Were you involved in purchasing Jasmine's vehicle?
yes.
Okay. And so, what did you do to log into the My Chevy app?
I had her phone line put on a different phone that I had to confirm the text. You get a confirmation so you can log in.
Okay. And what was the point of looking at the My Chevy? I mean, it might seem obvious, but what was the point?
So I could locate her car. I couldn't locate her, hadn't talked to her, found out that she wasn't where I had received a message saying she was going to be or who she was going to be with. So the next thing would be to find her car, and maybe I find her.
And did the My Chevy app show that she left your house on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
And did it show you a destination for her vehicle on November 22nd, 2022?
It did.
I'm going to show you two separate pictures and just ask you to look at them for a second. Do you recognize those two pictures?
Yes.
What is that?
This is from the My Chevy app, a map and then a timeline of her car's movements on November 22nd at 11:27 p.m.
Do these photos accurately represent what you saw when you pulled up her My Chevy app on November 26, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be State's Exhibit number 1. It's 2 pages.
Any objection? There you go. Exhibit 1.
Permission published. All right, so I know that this is strange where you're sitting, but this is going to be behind you, so you can sort of turn and also talk to the jury at the same time. So Chevrolet Smart Driver, that's sort of how we know it's a Chevrolet, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then November 22nd, 2022, that this reflects the time that her vehicle showed?
Yes.
Okay. And you see this black dot up there?
Yes.
What does that represent to you?
That's the area that my house is at.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right. The second page of State's Exhibit 1. Does it show you the address from which the vehicle left and arrived?
Yes.
And can you read that address out loud?
5977 Old Dayton Pike.
Okay.
That's my address.
And then destination?
The 108 Tremont Street.
Did you know at that time what was at 108 Tremont Street?
No.
Did it mean anything to you?
No.
Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
What is that?
Also another map and timeline of her car's movements from the app.
Okay, and is that an accurate reflection of what you saw on the My Chevy app attached to Jasmine's car in November of 2022?
It is.
Your Honor, that's this mistakes exhibit number 2. It's a 2-page document.
So that you,
All right, so now we pull this up on the screen. This black dot down here, what does that mean to you?
That's where her car started.
Well, around, and you can look at state's exhibit number 1 if you like. What approximate location do you recall? What approximate location was that?
The Tremont Street.
Okay. And then, can you see here where that, do you see what that little black dot says? Can you read that? Would you agree that it says start? Here it is. Would you agree that it says start?
Yes. Yes, it says start.
Okay. And so this is November 23rd. This is the next day, right?
Yes.
And so what does that black dot say?
That's where the vehicle stopped.
Okay. Next page here. This will help you a little bit. So the My Chevy app showed that on November 23rd, 2022, a vehicle started at 108 Tremont Street
Yes.
and then ended just a few minutes later, arrived rather at 900 Mount Creek Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, Ms. Bean, based on this, what did you and your family proceed to do?
We went to 900 Mountain Creek Road
Why?
because that's where her car was last.
And at this point in time, who was with you?
My husband and I believe my Jasmine's sister, Gabby, had met us there. I don't remember why she arrived. My oldest son.
Okay,
um,
is that it?
I think so.
What was located at 900 Mount Creek Road?
My daughter's car.
What area was that
It's apartment buildings. It was in the back corner of the apartment buildings.
When you say it, you mean her vehicle was?
Yes.
So, explain to the jury what you did when you arrived at 900 Mount Creek Road. What did you and your family proceed to do?
We told the police.
After you found her vehicle?
Yeah.
Did you fairly quickly find her vehicle?
Yes, it took us right to it.
The My Chevy app took you right to it?
The address on my Chevy app.
Took you right to her vehicle? Was anybody in her vehicle?
No.
Were the doors locked?
Yes.
And then you stated that you called the police.
Yes.
Did the police officer come to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes.
There are 4 photos here, Ms. Bean. I would just take a look at those. You recognize those photos?
Yes.
What's depicted in those photos?
My daughter's car is in 2 of the photos, and my husband and I are in a photo. And on another photo, you can see Jasmine's sister, myself, talking on the phone to Jason Chen, and my husband also in the corner talking to the officer.
And do you know if these photos are from a body camera from November 23rd, 2022?
I'm assuming.
Okay. Was that, are they taken from the point of view of the officer to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. And does it accurately reflect what that apartment building and that parking lot looked like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
I'd ask that these 4 photos be taken to the 3 today.
Are these separate photos?
Therefore,
Okay, can we mark them separately? I think it's easier to pull for you.
yes, Your Honor.
So it's three, unless that will mess up your presentation.
No.
Okay. Exhibits 3, 4, 5, and 6. Want to mark them? Go ahead.
Sure. Does it matter what order? Yeah.
You know, you can refer to the exhibit number when you're talking.
Yes.
Jurors, you will be able to take these exhibits back to the courtroom with you, so when you hear a witness or you're talking about exhibit 3, exhibit 5, make a note of it, it'll make it easier for you to refer to them in the jury. Thank you, gentlemen.
Behind you, Ms. Bean, you will see State's Exhibit number 6. Is that yourself in the white t-shirt?
Yes.
Who is that next to you?
My husband.
And I'm going to have you with this pointer here. You can see that red is a button. If you can point out Jasmine's vehicle.
Right there.
Okay, and that is the white Chevrolet. Okay. Then,
Also, right there, Jasmine's vehicle.
okay, State's Exhibit number 5 is what the witness is looking at, and that, again, the closest vehicle to us, correct, is Jasmine's vehicle.
Correct.
All right. This would be State's Exhibit number 3. Describe who we see in that photo.
That is Jasmine's sister, Gabby Pace. That's myself. That's my husband.
Okay. One more photo, and then I'm going to go back to this one. I'm sorry. I think we have 2 of the same exhibit, Judge.
If you call exhibit 4 a duplicate, then
Yes, Judge.
exhibit 4 is
Exhibit
duplicate.
4 is a duplicate, Judge. Okay. Katrina, did you,
Are we eliminating that exhibit or?
It's exhibit 4, so we can mark it as refer to it as exhibit.
Okay, I just want to make sure I keep this.
combine those. Do you know anybody that lives at 900 Mount Creek Road?
No,
Did you ever know Jasmine to visit 900 Mount Creek Road?
no.
Did you knock on any doors that night?
We knocked on so many doors. The apartment complex is large, but I can't tell you how many doors we knocked on.
Did you learn anything significant?
No.
So you testified that in one of these photos, which is the photo that's on the screen behind you, State's Exhibit number 3, that you were on the phone with Jason Chen.
Correct.
Why did you call Jason Chen at this location?
I actually didn't even realize it was him at first. I had her call log. I just got from Bryson and going over and seeing who she talked to recently, and so I was just calling the numbers on her call log.
When was the last time that she had talked to this number that you called?
The night before the 22nd.
And do you recall, based on her phone records, for how long that conversation lasted?
Yes, it was 71 minutes.
So, to be clear, when you called Jason here in this photo that we're looking at, you didn't know it was Jason Chen?
Not until he said his name.
Had you spoken to him before this moment? And you said before he said his name was Jason Chen, did he verify that it was Jason?
Yes.
Did you ask him when the last time was he saw Jasmine?
I did. I started off with letting him know that she's missing. If he wanted to know if he had any idea where she would be at, because they were dating, and asked when he last spoke to her, how did she seem. I don't remember what all I asked him, but those were the,
Did he seem concerned?
no, he didn't.
And he said that he hadn't spoken to her. When was the last time he said he spoke to her?
I I don't remember what he said. I remember that it was a lie. I had him on speakerphone. But I don't recall what he said.
Did he admit to talking to her on the 22nd, when you asked him when the last time was that he
I
spoke to
think
her?
he, from what I can remember, he changed his story. He said, oh, I did talk to her. And I asked for how long. And he had said just a few minutes, I believe. And, you know, I muted the conversation and asked the officer, you know, should I confront him? He has just lied about multiple things. I have the proof right here. And that's what sticks out to me.
Did you confront him?
I did.
And what did he say?
That he had to get off the phone. He was at the airport.
Did you ask him where he lived?
I did ask him where he lived.
And what did he say?
500 Tremont Street.
Did he ask you any questions
No,
about Jasmine?
no,
Did he ask you any questions about what you guys had done to find her?
no,
Did he offer his assistance?
no.
So, do you recall the name of the officer that came to Mountain Creek Road?
Pierre, I believe.
Okay, and describe to the jury how helpful, in your opinion, Officer Pierre was able to be.
He took a report, gave me a card, said that he would pass the information along to a detective that would be assigned. You know, I would probably hear from them in 24 to 48 hours. And that's really all he could do.
He, do you recall if he was gonna go to 500 Tremont Street to see if Jason was there?
I asked him to follow me, and he said he could not do that.
Okay. Do you recall if at any point in time while he was there, he tried to contact another, potentially an investigator with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember. I was on the phone with Jason Chen.
Did anybody else from the Chattanooga Police Department come to Mountain Creek Road?
I do not believe so.
At Mountain Creek Road or soon thereafter, did you receive a call from anybody from the Chattanooga Police Department?
No,
No investigator called you to follow up?
no.
So did Officer Pierre leave Mountain Creek Road?
Yes,
When he left, were you still there?
yes.
And what did you proceed to do?
We called a tow for our daughter's vehicle to get towed to our house. We continued knocking on doors, showing pictures of my daughter, asking if anyone had seen her. We talked to the security officer at the apartments to see if he could help us with footage, since we knew the timing when her vehicle entered there, so we could see if Jasmine was driving the vehicle. So we'd know where to start looking. We started calling friends and family, asking for help to look for her.
Let me pause right there. Did you speak with the security officer at Mountain Creek Road?
I did.
Do you recall his name?
I do not.
That's okay. Did Officer Pierre assist you in contacting that security officer? Do you recall?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But you did speak to the security officer on this night?
I did, and then he actually called me back, and we went back there to look at security footage after he was able to get it.
And did you view that security footage?
I did.
Did it show your daughter's vehicle arriving at Mountain Creek Road?
It did.
Did you see who was inside?
No, he You couldn't tell.
Okay. All right. So back to what you all did after that. You stayed at Mountain Creek Road. You talked to the security officer. At what point did you leave Mountain Creek Road?
Shortly after that, we went to 500 Tremont Street.
Why?
Jason Chen said that's where he lived.
What was at 500 Tremont Street?
It was a abandoned house that was under construction. We spoke to some neighbors, asking, showing Jasmine's picture and asking if they had seen her. If,
Did you go other locations as well after you left Mountain Creek Road?
I did. By this time, there was multiple people sending in messages to Jasmine's best friend Bailey, and about where he possibly lived, people that had worked with him.
You say him, do you mean Jason Chen?
I do.
Okay.
I remember we went to a Mr. Burrito downtown because I guess above there is apartments that he, somebody called in and said that he lived there. He did priorly live there, but it wasn't there no more, so we just kept going and looking at any place that,
And who all was with you? Did anybody else join the search party? Is what I'll
yes,
call it.
Travis Pace and his girlfriend Jackie, I'm not sure of her last name.
Travis is Jasmine Pace's father.
Correct.
Anybody else?
And his girlfriend at the time, Jackie. And then later on in that evening, a friend of ours, Wayne Tubbs, had joined us too.
Okay. Is there anywhere else throughout the night that you went looking for Jasmine before you arrived at 110 Tremont?
I don't remember everywhere that we went. It was, I had slept a couple of days and we were just searching everywhere. Once the security officer from the apartments had got back with us, we were, at one house we just spoke to Chen's parents, which they just said, don't call back again. And we went back to the apartments to view the security footage. And while doing so, I looked back at mine and her messages.
You and whose messages?
Mine and Jasmine's messages.
Okay.
And seeing that she had sent me a pin drop, her location. And that's why we went to the 110 Tremont.
What caused you to look back at your and Jasmine's? And when you say conversation, do you mean your text thread?
Yes, our text thread.
What caused you to go back and look at that?
I don't remember. We were trying to get the footage working at the apartments with the help of the security officer. And I went on our thread and I seen it, and I didn't notice it before because I had sent her a pin drop on the 22nd because we normally had been taking my grandmother to the hospital downtown, and we didn't that day. And so I had sent her a pin drop showing her what hospital we were at. So, and I didn't notice that she had sent me a pin drop because I thought it was a pin drop I had sent to her.
Objection.
know whether it was her or not, but it came from her phone. Is that correct? So you can't testify whether or not she actually sent the pin drop.
No,
But did you have her number saved in your phone?
I do.
And did it come from what
Her
was
phone line,
her
yes.
phone line? Okay. And do you recall approximately the day and time that that location was shared from that phone with you?
It's November 23rd at 2:18 in the morning.
2:18 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a pin drop, coordinates from the message.
Does that accurately reflect what your phone showed when you clicked on that location that was shared with you?
Yes.
And was this photo taken by the Chattanooga Police Department?
I'm not sure.
Is that a picture of your phone?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, ask this be state's exhibit number 7.
Any objection?
It could be 1. I would say this could be 1, Judge, they go together. So 7.
Good, so,
All right, so just, while you look at the screen again. Is this what was shared with you from your daughter's phone?
Yes.
And is that another photo, when you click on that location, is this another photo that comes up?
Yes.
What is, where this red is, what is this building?
Apartment complex, Jason Chen lives.
So, when you saw this location that had been shared with you, what did you do?
We leave, if we go to that location.
Same people with you at this time?
At the moment, it was just Gabby, Travis, Jackie, and myself. Wayne Tubton met up with us later on in the evening, after we arrived there.
What was your reaction when you saw this location drop?
I was scared, because that was not normal. Jasmine had never sent me a pin drop location in the middle of the night.
At the time that you saw the location drop, did you know of anybody that lived or
No,
frequented this building?
no.
So you traveled to this location, do you recall what the address was?
I believe it's 110 Tremont Street.
Okay. And it's an apartment building, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then have you turn around? Katrina, I just pulled up Google Maps, okay? Anyone can access this. Do you recognize this location?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is the apartment building that I found my daughter's stuff in.
Okay, and do you recall when you got there, if you entered into a particular door that you can see in this photo?
I went into the door right there.
Okay. Let's see, the door, you're pointing to the only door you can see in this photo, is that correct?
Correct.
Double door.
Mhm.
And then, is this a parking lot?
It is.
Is there a parking lot on the other side of the building?
I'm not sure.
Where did you all park when you got there?
I actually parked right back in that my car.
On the street?
I did it right by the parking lot.
Okay.
Or, yeah.
Okay, everybody's together, and so how did you get into the apartment building?
Actually, a gentleman that lived there had let us in.
Did you tell them why you were there?
Yes,
And then what did you proceed to do in the building?
we knocked on every door. We were also trying to follow the coordinates with our phone to guide us to the coordinates that was sent to me.
What were you asking people when you knocked on their door?
If they had seen my daughter, showed them pictures.
And did something cause you to arrive at apartment 210?
Yes.
What was that?
Spoke to a neighbor that told me that
Objection, hearsay.
It's not going to matter now.
It's from prior hearings, I believe this is going to explain why she did what she did, so for the non-hearsay purpose, shall be admitted. Objection over. Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear the witness describe statements made by someone else other than her. They're not to be taken for the truth of the matter, sir, only to be taken for the admissibility purpose of explaining why Ms. Bean did what she did. May continue.
So what led you to apartment 210?
the neighbor said that he heard a woman scream within several minutes of the pin drop that I had received from my daughter.
Was
And
he,
from that direction, and Jason's apartment door was the only one that someone didn't answer.
so the person told you that the scream had come from a certain apartment. Was that apartment 210?
It was.
And did you and your family knock on that door?
We did. No one answered it.
Okay. Explain to the jury what you and your family members then proceeded to do.
I got a credit card from my wallet out of my car, and we broke into the apartment. I knew something. It was too close to when my daughter sent me a pin of her coordinates. The coordinates were almost exact.
Was anybody there?
No,
What did you start doing when you got into the apartment?
we opened up the door and seen cleaning supplies and a notebook. I opened the notebook, seeing that it was Jason Chen's apartment. Opened up,
How did the notebook let you know that it was Jason's apartment?
it had his name on it.
Okay.
Opened up desk drawers, found my daughter's ID and credit cards that I had seen on the counter. A little travel bag of hers.
So you located some of Jasmine's belongings.
I did.
And you mentioned a desk. Where, when you walk in the door to Jason's apartment, can you describe to the jury where the desk was at?
You walk in, it would be to your right.
Okay. And who was it that opened that drawer of his desk?
I don't remember if it was myself or Travis. They were all right together. I took pictures of us entering and took pictures of the credit cards and the ID in the desk.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
What are they?
Jason Chen's apartment door, and right when you first walk into his apartment.
Does that photo depict the desk that you were just testifying to?
Yes.
Is that what you recall looking like on November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Your Honor, that's the states next to exhibit.
Exhibit A. Sorry, you said 2 exhibits?
There are 2 photos too.
Let's make them 8 and 9. Let's finish marking.
8 and 9. I'm showing the jury what's been marked now as State's Exhibit 9. So, Ms. Pace, you testified to, what is this behind you?
Jason Chen's door.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 8. Explain to the jury where we're at in Jason's apartment in relation to the door.
The door's to the left of this shoe rack.
And is that the desk here to the right that you were talking about?
Yes.
And do you recall what side of the desk the drawer was on?
It's just in the front.
And can you describe where in the drawer her driver's license and credit cards were?
Just open the door, it's right there in the corner.
Were they stacked on top of one another? Were they spread out?
I don't remember, I think we were stacked together. Not, personally, I took a picture of it.
Do you recall whether you saw the driver's license first or the credit cards first?
I do not recall. I just remember seeing my daughter's license and credit cards.
Do you recall seeing the license and the credit cards before or after you saw her other belongings, the bag?
I saw the bag when I first walked in.
Okay. And can you tell her again, I think you said the counter, where was her bag?
It was just a little bag, it's right there in the back left, that counter right there, in the edge of the picture. It was right there on that.
What kind of bag was it?
It's just a little travel bag.
And did you contact law enforcement at 110 Tremont Street?
We did.
Okay. And did patrol come to the location?
They did.
Were they able to help you?
No.
Did a investigator come out?
No.
Did you talk to Zach Crawford with the homicide division?
No.
Did you talk to any detective in the missing persons division?
No.
Did patrol leave that apartment that night without doing anything?
Yes. I mean, they took another report
Told you,
and they talked to the neighbor.
but told you what?
And they passed along the information to the detective that it was assigned to.
Okay. When patrol left the apartment building that night, did you and your family members also leave?
We went down to our vehicles and we waited until the police left.
And then what'd you do?
I went back in
For
to
what?
his apartment
For what?
to get whatever, anything that I thought I could use to help find my daughter.
Were you frustrated?
I was scared.
Did you take items?
I did.
What'd you take?
I took electronics, phones and tablets and
How many phones? Do you
notebooks.
recall how many phones you found in Mr. Chen's
There was
apartment?
multiple.
Okay. And what else?
Notebooks. I don't remember what all there was.
How many times do you think you went back into Jason's apartment?
Like 2 or 3 times after that. And I took whatever I thought I would have to hire a private investigator for. I don't know, I was panicking. I didn't know what I needed to be able to find her. So I took whatever that I thought possibly I could go through and help find clues about where my daughter would be.
How many times, I'll ask it this way, what period of time was it that you were entering and exiting the apartment?
That after the police had left.
Would that have been the morning of November 27th?
Would have been, yes.
Okay. So was it that day?
My timeline kind of, I hadn't slept still.
Do you know what day it was the last time you went into Jason's apartment?
I did not go into Jason Chen's apartment again after we met with Officer Crawford and
Okay.
was getting some help.
Okay. You're going to be asked questions, as we now know, about staging crime scene. Katrina, did you have any idea what had happened to your daughter?
No,
Did you have any desire to pin it on to Jason Chen at that point?
I was still looking for my daughter.
Did you ever bring anything into the apartment and leave it there?
No,
Did you take massive quantities of Jasmine's blood and pour it in the floor?
I didn't see any of Jasmine's blood.
You didn't take anything into the apartment, did you?
No,
Did you move things around so that police would see items in certain places?
no,
Were you concerned at that point about the police investigation?
I wasn't thinking about a police investigation. I was just trying to find her. I was insanely scared that something bad was going on.
At some point, finally, did investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department get involved?
Yes.
What was the first contact you had with them?
Well, Officer Tomlin, I had sent the pictures and the information I had myself and her friends had collected, and he had informed me not to call him on weekends. He would get back to me in normal business hours.
Do you know, Officer Tomlin, do you know what division of the CPD he worked with?
I don't.
Okay, but you talked to him and I'm sorry, continue.
And then after that, Officer Crawford and Emery got involved.
At some point, did investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department come to your home to take photos of some of the items you had taken from Jason's apartment?
Yes,
And to be clear, did you take Jasmine's driver's license and her credit cards from Jason's apartment
yes,
to your house?
yes.
Do you recognize these photos, Katrina?
Yes,
Were those photos taken at your home?
yeah,
Are those photos taken of items that you took from Jason Chen's apartment?
yes.
That you see these four photos with your school judge, these next four exhibits.
For 13.
State's Exhibit 13. driver's license?
Yes.
Underneath that driver's license, are those her credit cards that you took from Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes.
Is this a photo of other items that were taken from Mr. Chen's apartment,
Yes.
including that cell phone on top, and it looks like some clothing items?
Yes.
What number is that there?
I'm sorry, that was State's Exhibit 12. Now we are showing Ms. Bean, State's Exhibit 11. More items, again, 4 phones, and then what is this item right here?
I don't even remember, but it looks like a camera.
Okay.
Or a camera.
And was there some type of iPad in this?
Correct.
And these are to the right, some of the notebooks that you took?
Yes.
And lastly, State's Exhibit number 10, this is sort of a further back photo, is that correct? And it shows, again, Jasmine's driver's license and credit card, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also allow investigators to view and potentially collect items from the pool house that Jasmine was staying in?
Yes.
Describe the pool house for the jury.
Right below our house, in front of a pool,
Their place to sleep.
there is.
Was Jasmine staying there temporarily, or was that her place of residence long term?
She was staying there temporarily
Why?
because we've had been working on the house at the bottom of our driveway. It was almost finished. It was for her.
So she was living in a pool house while her house was being built. Showing the witness 4 photos. Do you recognize those photos?
I do.
What are they?
They're the outside of my pool house and the inside of it.
Were those photos taken the week of November 23rd, 2022?
Yes.
Is that what the pool house looked like at that time?
Yes.
Does it show some of Jasmine's belongings?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these 4 photos be the state's next 4 exhibits.
14 through 17.
What's been marked as State's Exhibit 14, Ms. Dean, is that your pool house?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 15 is that the bathroom in the pool house?
Yes.
That would have been the bathroom that Jasmine was using?
Yes.
Another photo of the bathroom?
Yes.
To the left is the shower, is that correct?
Correct.
Sorry, this is State's Exhibit 16, and then lastly, State's Exhibit 17, this is a photo of the shower.
Yes.
Would you agree that the item there located at the base of the shower is a toothbrush?
It is.
Is that a toothbrush?
It is.
Let's be clear about something for the jury, Ms. Bean. Police department came to your home on this night, correct? Did you ever go back to Jason's apartment after the police department came to your home on this night?
No.
Why?
because I felt like they were gonna help me.
Were you aware that a search warrant was executed at Jason's apartment on November 28, 2022?
Yes,
What was the next contact that you had with the Chattanooga Police Department?
I don't remember.
Were you informed that your daughter's blood had been found inside Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes.
Y'all may have a moment, Judge. Katrina, you've been to all the court dates in this case, haven't you?
Almost all of them, except for a couple I had to listen to on live.
You've never heard the defendant admit that he murdered your daughter? Ever?
No.
First time you heard that story was today?
Yes.
Is that what affected you when you were first?
Yes. Yes, it was.
Nothing further, Judge.
How helpful is Officer Pierre at the city departments?
Took a report and gave me a card.
You find the Chattanooga Police Department helpful when you were down the street or at the Signal View Apartments?
No.
You then went from there to Waffle House.
No.
And at some point you go to Waffle House.
Yes.
And that's where you discover the pin drop from Jasmine's phone.
To my recollection, no, it was after Waffle House. Waffle House, we called his parents.
But you saw that message and that's what led you to Jason Chen's apartment complex.
No, I wasn't at Waffle House. I believe I was at the apartment complex when I seen the pin drop, and that is what led us to the apartments.
You were interviewed by police about what happened at Jason's apartment, weren't you?
Yes.
What did you tell the police about how you got inside?
That we knocked hard and that it opened up.
That was why.
It was.
And then do you remember testifying previously in this case?
I do.
And just like today, then you took an oath, didn't you?
I did.
You swore to tell the truth,
Yes.
the whole truth,
Yes.
and nothing but the truth.
Yep.
What did you tell this court on how you got, or how you entered into the apartment?
That we opened up the credit card.
Did you say during that hearing who opened the door with the credit card?
I don't remember.
If you saw a copy of Chair, so we have the testimony of that day, would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Please go ahead and read over your previous testimony and let me know when you have an opportunity or when you're done.
Okay. Did you mean to give me two separate pages that are
Keeping them
page
together.
28 and 45?
No, ma'am, I just meant keeping the documentation. But once it goes back, did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, that we entered in.
Who did you tell the court opened the door at the hearing in which you testified?
Travis?
And did you say whether or not you had seen him open the door?
I was behind him. I didn't see him do it, but
Did you not just testify on direct that you opened the door with a credit card?
no, I did not. So though we went down and I got a credit card from my wallet.
And who opened the door?
Travis opened the door.
And did you see him do it?
I was behind him. I can't say that I seen him or watched him do it, but he was opening it and then we got in, so.
Madam Clerk?
Sir? Feel free to move the court.
Here's page 45. You can read that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
Refresh my recollection on,
How you made entry into Jason Chen's apartment.
I already said that we used a credit card and entered his apartment.
And what did you say on that day?
It says right here, you asked, would you remember whether or not someone had to use a credit card to jimmy the door open for you to get in? I said, I don't remember, actually. And I believe that was because you were asking about the next time we got in, not the original time.
Why would you have to use a credit card to get in a second or third time after you've already opened?
Because I'm assuming it was locked.
And so after the first time of entering the apartment, you didn't unlock the door?
Pardon me?
After the first time of entering the apartment, you didn't unlock the door?
Did I unlock the door?
You did not unlock the door?
I don't know. I don't remember the details of if a door was locked or if a drawer was opened or a cabinet or who did it. I don't remember those details. Those were not relevant details to me in the moment because who opened a cabinet or a door or it.
Why is your testimony different today than it was?
It isn't. And I'm recalling it to the best of my ability for something that happened 2.5 years ago, that I hadn't slept and that I was scared to death.
So when I asked you back in February last year, so you went in there, how did you get into the apartment? You said, I don't remember.
Oh, well, that was for the second time. And I don't remember.
And you're saying that you went back into the apartment 2 or 3 times?
Yes.
After you had gone through Jason's apartment, well, let me ask this, how many people went into Jason's?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I can't count that I was there.
Who else?
Gabby and Travis. I don't know who else, if anyone else went in.
And after you found Jason's belongings in there, you called the police.
Yes,
How many police officers responded?
2 or 3.
Did any of those officers go inside?
Yes,
Were you aware that they were wearing body cameras?
I wasn't.
Would you remember what the apartment looked like when you went in on that day?
No, I can't say that exactly. I would.
If we could have the best laptop. What's happening?
Interacting with law enforcement.
And what are you talking about?
I don't know, I have no idea what we're talking about.
You remember officers, Chattanooga police officers entering into Jason Chen's apartment while you're standing there in the hallway?
I honestly,
Officers, Chattanooga police officers entering into Jason Chen's apartment while you're standing there in the hallway?
I've spent over 2 years trying to cope and deal and not think about every moment of that night. In all fairness, I don't remember.
So you wouldn't remember what the apartment looked like if I were to show you a video of it?
I would remember some of it, I'm sure, but to be able to recall every detail of the apartment, no, I couldn't.
You said that you didn't do anything around the apartment, did you?
No,
Do you know anyone else that did?
I don't know.
Did anyone, and what the state described as your search warrant, do you know that they went into the apartment without you?
I don't know.
Has anyone told you that you did around things in Jason Chen's apartment to make it look more incriminating?
No.
Officer Pace and Officer Creighton went into Jason Chen's apartment after you went in, correct?
Okay.
Is that right?
I don't remember the officers' names that were in there, but
What officers went in there?
correct.
Why would the apartment look different after the police went in there than when they were in there? Who changed?
I have no idea.
Katrina, to what extent would you have gone to find your daughter? Did you believe that she could have been in Jason Chen's apartment that day?
Yes,
Did you believe at the time that there could be things in the apartment that could lead you to your daughter?
yes,
Are you aware? Do you know whether or not Mr. Chen went to his apartment after you entered his apartment?
I don't know.
Recross.
You said you would do anything to find your daughter?
Wouldn't you?
Of course.
Okay.
But you would break into an apartment.
To find my daughter? Yes.
You would lie to police.
I was just trying to find my daughter.
You would perjure yourself under oath.
I haven't perjured myself.
Go ahead, questions.
You're good.
Nothing further, Judge.
Does the jury have any questions for Mrs. Bean? Ms. Bean, you may step down. Our next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Officer Mackenzie Pierre.
Hello.
Can you say your full name for the court reporter?
Officer Mackenzie Cole Pierre.
And Officer Pierre, where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Chattanooga Police Department,
In what division of the police department do you currently work in?
neighborhood policing, so just basic patrol.
Okay, and in November of 2022, were you working in the same position?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Is there a certain area of town in your role that you primarily work?
Yes, ma'am, the area is referred to as Adam North. That's more of like North Chattanooga. My specific area is Adam 5. That includes the Mountain Creek Road area, Moccasin Bend, Signal Mountain Road area, and part of North Shore as well.
Were you working the night shift in November of 2022?
I was working the second shift, so the in-between, yes, ma'am.
What is second shift?
So the second shift runs from 3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
And you stated that you're on patrol. Can you define for the jury what the duties of a patrol officer are at the Chattanooga Police Department?
So our basic duties are one, to answer calls to service, which vary greatly depending on whether it be civil matters, domestic disorders, more serious, heinous, aggravated assault crimes, vehicle thefts, like I said, a very great variety. As well as also do our best to deter any crime from occurring by being proactive, making traffic stops, and just watching out for suspicious activity to begin with.
On major cases, felony cases, are you called to investigate them?
Yes, ma'am. At least to take the initial report and do as much as we can at that time.
And if there needs to be, if it's a more serious case, what would then happen in your position on patrol? If it was something that was above your head, what would you then do?
That's when we go ahead and contact one of our investigation units to notify them, kind of give them the rundown of the details, what the report number is, and how much information that we have gathered so far, so that they can follow up with whoever they need to follow up with to continue the investigation.
So if, for example, it's a robbery, who would you call?
The robbery investigator, whoever is on call that evening.
If it's a homicide, who would you call?
Our major crimes division.
If it's a missing person, who would you call?
Our missing persons division. Yes, ma'am.
You are not equipped with the resources to investigate on those types of cases.
Not as equipped as the specific, specialized units. No, ma'am.
Okay. One second, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize. On November, I'm going to draw your attention to November 2022. Do you recall being working on shift on November 26, 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
Do you recall on that day being called to 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you remember about that call?
I remember it came out as a missing persons call, and that, they were concerned about their adult daughter having not been in contact with her for quite some time, which was very much so unlike her. And so I responded on scene to meet with the complainant, Ms. Katrina.
And were you the only patrol officer that arrived on at Mountain Creek Road that night?
Yes, ma'am.
You were by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said you recall meeting Katrina. Are you talking about the victim's mother in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall who else was there?
I believe her husband was there, and then a friend or family member. I don't recall the exact relation, but there was someone else there with them.
Had you known anything about this missing person except for what you learned when you arrived there at 900 Mountain Creek Road? Did you know anything else about it?
No, ma'am, no.
Okay. Do you recall the individuals there naming a person of interest?
I do recall them mentioning after, discussing more of the details, that she had been seeing someone fairly recently by the name of Jason Chen. And they questioned, if we should reach out to him and possibly try contacting him to see if he knows any more information about where Jasmine could possibly be.
Do you recall if Katrina on that night did call Jason?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Was that phone call on speakerphone?
Yes.
Could you hear Mr. Chen or Jason?
Yes, I could hear parts of the conversation. There were numerous people there I was also speaking to as well, so I did not catch the entire conversation, but I did hear where, Miss Katrina asked him, where he lived and when the last time he spoke to Jasmine was.
When he was asked where he lived, do you recall what he said?
I don't recall the exact address. I do recall finding out after the fact that it was the incorrect address.
Do you recall when he said the last time was that he saw Jasmine?
I do not recall the specific date, but I do recall when Miss Katrina asked him that question, she muted the phone and advised me that she had pulled phone records and that he was not telling the truth because she'd seen that they contacted each other the day after that he was claiming he had last spoken to her.
Do you recall when he said he last spoke to her?
Not the specific date, no.
Okay. Did you ever try to visit the location that he said he lived at?
I fully intended to, but that night, with it being the call load, after I had done what I was supposed to do on my end as far as having her entered in as missing and contacting investigators, I got caught up with various other calls to service coming out, so I did not have a chance to run by that address. No, ma'am.
Was Tremont Street within your area? Was that within Adam 5?
It's the district right next to mine, so Adam 4.
Okay, borders your district?
Yes.
Okay. While you were out there, did you consider calling a missing persons investigator?
Yes, ma'am, and I did so.
Yeah, and which missing persons investigator was that?
I requested dispatch put the on-call missing persons investigator phone number on the CAD dispatch card for me, and it was Investigator Blunt that I made contact with that evening.
What does on-call mean?
On-call means, if it's late at night or something like that for that weekend or that time period during the week, if it's after business hours, you're the person that gets contacted.
And that was Investigator Blunt?
Investigator Blunt was who I was referred to and who I spoke to that evening.
And
Yes,
she
ma'am.
works in the missing persons division?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you feel about calling Investigator Blunt that night?
I was not too excited, if I'm being frank.
Why?
Me and her do not get along too well.
Okay. And did you relay the information that you had been given by Jasmine Pace's family?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I gave her the complaint number, all the information that I knew. I even mentioned the possible boyfriend or person that Mr. Chen that she had been speaking to, and conveyed that her parents were quite concerned over the matter and that they would like to be contacted at some point.
What'd she say?
She said, okay, go ahead and forward me the information and, I'll reach out to them.
Did anyone else in the police department, I apologize. Did anyone else from the police department come out to Mountain Creek Road that night?
No, ma'am.
Were you able to give to Jasmine's family Investigator Blunt's phone number?
I don't believe I gave them her phone number specifically. Typically, we wait for the investigators to reach out to the family members and victims.
I understand. So, to your knowledge, that night, while you were there, Investigator Blunt did not speak with the Pace family?
To my knowledge, no.
Did she ask you, hey, will you hand the phone to them so I can talk to them?
No,
You didn't do that?
no.
So in your capacity as a patrol officer, what were you able to do for Jasmine's family that night?
So for that evening, I explained to them, which I also did, that I had Jasmine entered into the NCIC national database as a missing person, so that if anyone was ever to locate her and run her information, it would pop up bright red on the screen, missing person. And then I would contact a missing persons investigator, give them all the information that they just conveyed to me, give them my complaint number. But as of right now, in my position where I was at, like that is the most that I can do.
Sure. Do you recall communicating with them that you weren't able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that time?
I don't recall specifically stating that.
Were you able to name Jason Chen as a suspect at that
No,
time?
absolutely not.
Okay. Do you recall contacting the security officer for the apartment building?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Do you recall speaking with him?
Yes.
Did you ever meet him?
Oh, I've known him my entire career here.
What's his name?
Scott Miller.
Okay, so did he come out that night
Yes, ma'am, he did.
and you spoke with him?
Yes, and he spoke with family members as well.
Did you recall if he was able to search for any video from the apartment complex?
I know he explained to me that it would be hard to try to get it pulled up that evening, but that would be something that he'd be working on, that hopefully the following day he would be able to have access to.
Did he confirm that there were video cameras on the property?
He advised that there were cameras, he was just unsure about the angles and if they were going to be able to capture anything.
Sure, okay. That night or any time thereafter, were you able to do anything else for Jasmine Pace's family?
No, ma'am, it was not. The only further thing I had was, I believe, a day or two after taking the initial report, I was contacted by another missing persons investigator, Investigator Tumlin, who also asked me for all the details and the complaint number of the incident.
What day was that?
I don't recall if it was a day or two after, but it was sometime shortly after the initial report was taken.
And you relayed all of the information you had to him as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Judge.
No question, Your Honor.
Jury, have any questions for Officer Pierre? Counsel Brooks? I'll go and answer the first question. It says, can you ask a question after a witness leaves the stand? Unfortunately, if the witness happens to be recalled for some reason, he possibly could. Dr. Pierre, the jury has a question for you. I'm going to ask it, but if you can face the jury when you answer, please, okay?
Yes, sir.
For clarification, this location is where the vehicle was found?
Yes, the 900 Mount Creek Road was the location where the victim's vehicle was located.
Can you redirect based on my question?
Your Honor, just to help clarify for the jury based on that question. Officer Pierre, I'm going to show you what's already been marked as the state's exhibit 3, 4, 5, and 6. Well, 4 is duplicative, so there's
two there that'll look very similar, but if you could look at those real quick. Do you recognize those photos?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
What are those photos from?
That is from the parking lot at the apartment complex at 900 Mountain Creek Road.
And would these be screenshots of your body cam footage?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Nothing coded.
You recross.
No, yeah.
Thank y'all for hearing us.
Thank you.
General Code and Swiss.
Your Honor, the state would call Megan Bean.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm Dean. Can you say your full name for the court's record for us?
Megan Ashley Bean.
And Ms. Bean, are you employed?
I'm,
Where do you work?
I work at Walmart,
Okay, which Walmart is that?
Signal Mountain.
Is it called Single Mountain Road?
Yes.
Okay. How close in proximity to Mountain Creek Road is your Walmart?
I would say maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10.
Okay. How close is your Walmart to what we call the North Shore?
Maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you know how close your Walmart is to Sup Creek Road?
I don't.
Okay. And in November of 2022, were you also employed at the Walmart?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is your role, explain to the jury what your role at Walmart is.
I work in asset protection, so I review video, and basically investigate.
Do you recall in November of 2022 being contacted by investigators of the Chattanooga Police Department about possible video footage or evidence of receipts?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall who that was?
I don't remember the name exactly.
Female, male?
It was a male.
Okay. And is that something typically in the normal course of your job that you would be asked?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of video system does the Walmart on Single Mountain Road have?
We have basically video. It accesses all of the registers. It accesses the sales floor, back rooms, anything that you really need to look at in the store.
Who has access to that video equipment?
Only the people in my position.
Okay. And you know how to use that video equipment?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you often pull security footage for law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that one of your roles?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any way to pull receipts from past purchases?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you do that?
We have a certain system that we go through, so we can either use a credit card, or if we have a date or a specific time, and we know the register, we can also pull it that way.
Okay, and so do you recall what the investigator who came to see you, were they asking for a receipt, or were they asking for video, or were they asking for both?
But,
And did they specify a time frame for you?
yes, ma'am.
Were you able to pull that up for them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go through that with them, or did you let them go through it?
I would go with them.
And did they signify that they were going to need to take some of that footage from you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you, in fact, pull some of that footage and give it to the Chattanooga Police Department
I gave it to the detective.
that was there with you? Okay. And were you able to tell from that footage at what time, did the footage show a purchase?
Yes.
Were you able to connect footage to a specific receipt of purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you able, in the Walmart system, to pull, again, for lack of a better term, that receipt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that for investigators?
I did.
Did you give it to them?
I did.
I'm gonna show the witness. Jump drive, go look at that. Have you seen this before? Have you seen it plugged into a computer before?
Yes, ma'am.
What's on there?
It is basically the video footage of Jason Chen and him selecting certain items, going throughout the store, proceeding to the self-checkout, and paying for stuff.
Do you recall what day the video was from?
I believe it was November 23rd.
And were you able to, based on reviewing that video, were you also able to pull the receipt that was connected to that purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there multiple video angles on that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is one of them from a register?
Yes.
Is it self-checkout?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the receipt that you were able to retrieve for the Chattanooga Police Department detective?
Yes.
And what date is on that receipt?
November 23rd, 2022.
Your Honor, I'd ask that both the jump drive for the video and the receipt be entered as the state's next two exhibits.
Any objection? Exhibit 18 will be the jump drive. Exhibit 19 will be the receipt. Excuse me.
No, it's not.
Ms. Bean, I'll show you on the screen behind you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 19. I've lost my pointer. Who knows where it's at? Oh, there we go. All right, so this is the receipt that you gave to the detectives. Again, can you, this date down here, 11/23/22, would that have been the date of the purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
And then if I can point you in the direction of, well, is that time correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are dates and times on these receipts normally correct?
Yes.
Okay. You can see here, there's a bunch of stars followed by 4189. What is that?
That would be a card. It would be a debit card.
Would 4189 be the last four digits?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you can see here expiration date,
Yes, ma'am.
0526.
Yes, ma'am.
Would that be the expiration date of the card?
It would.
Were you able to view what was purchased that's related to this receipt and to the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Was asparagus purchased?
It was not.
Was something else scanned on the video as asparagus?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall what that was?
I believe one was maybe some cereal bars, like some snack bars or something like that. I don't remember the other one.
Up here, the state has no further questions for this witness.
Jerry, have any questions for Mrs. Bean? All right, Ms. Bean, thank you very much. Ms. Bean.
Your name, may we approach?
ladies and gentlemen, it is 10 minutes after 4. It's time to take an afternoon break. Everyone have the jury step into the jury room. We'll have you back in 15 minutes. And everyone in the gallery will be back, and that clock says 4:25. we're gonna put the Pace family on this side of the room and the Chen family on this side of the room. I haven't heard of anything major, but there's been some concerns about Pace developments. And so the folks, the Pace family can say exactly where they are on this side of the room. The folks sitting behind it on the third row, I gotta have you please move back one row. Then if I could have the Pace family take this half of the courtroom, please.
One row.
No, hey, take as many rows as you need on this half.
Okay, just this half.
Yes, sir. Jury's ready. Let us know when you're ready. Yes. Okay, good. Back in the courtroom, please be seated. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state will call Pleasant Campbell to the stand.
Yes.
Ms. Campbell, can you state your name for the court reporter, please?
Kelsey Campbell.
And Ms. Campbell, where are you employed?
The Walgreens on North Shore of Market Street.
Okay, and how long have you been at the
At that store, about 4 years.
What's your position at that Walgreens?
The store manager.
Were you the store manager at that Walgreens in November of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention back to 2022. Do you recall at some point being approached by investigators with the Chattanooga Police Department about potentially looking at video footage from your store?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
Detective Cantrell.
Cottrell.
Cantrell.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury what kind of video system Walgreens at the corner of Market and Frazier has?
Yes, we have 16 cameras that are all throughout the store for the entrance, the parking lot, just monitoring who comes in and out and transactions and things like that.
Is that video footage kept and stored in on servers that Walgreens has?
Yes.
How long is it stored for?
I believe it's 60 days.
Okay. And do you have access to that footage?
Yes.
And did you have access in November of 2022?
Yes.
When police department investigators came to see you, did they tell you what they were looking for?
They just said that there was an ongoing investigation and needed to access the cameras to just review some of the footage.
And did you allow them to access that footage?
Yes.
Did you remain with them while they were accessing that footage?
I came in and out of the office while they had access to it, yes.
Do you recall what date range they were looking for specifically?
It was like the week of Thanksgiving. I think it was like the 22nd
Okay.
to the 28th or something like that.
And to your knowledge, did they locate video footage that they needed you to make a copy of for them?
Yes.
And do you recall how many videos or I don't know if that's the right way to say it, I'm sorry. How many downloads, how many videos? I don't know.
There was 2 separate periods of time, I believe, was recorded about an hour before and after for 2 different instances in that day.
What day?
The 22nd, was it the 22nd, I believe?
I'll show you some
Okay.
materials to see, but that day, they took 2 separate
Sets of video, yes.
sets of video with them.
Yes.
And you have access to be able to actually extract that video from the server and give it to law enforcement.
Yes.
Do you do that in the normal course of your job?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you 2 jump drives, you can touch them and look at them. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Have you viewed the matters on those jump drives?
Yes, both of them.
Both of them?
Yes.
Have you initialed on those jump drives to signify that you've seen the footage on those?
Yes.
And what's on those jump drives?
Video footage of the 2 incidences from that day.
Okay, that you had delivered to the Chattanooga Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to make these 2 jump drives the stakes next to the exhibits.
So it was 2021.
Ms. Court Reporter, I've asked that the afternoon be, it says afternoon. For 20, yes. And Ms. Campbell, is there a way in the Walgreens system to connect a purchase with a video surveillance
Yes.
capture?
Typically, if we have a dollar amount or last 4 of a card number, we can search and find times when those purchases were made, and then we'd use that to look at the video to see what happened.
Do you recall if that was done for law enforcement as it relates to these 2 videos?
Yes.
Did you look up the receipts that were connected with those 2 videos?
Yes.
And how did you do that in this case? By card number, by the video, do you recall?
It was by the card numbers. They had left up the screen where they had looked at one transaction, and then I looked up to see if there was any other purchases that day, and found another one, which was the second, I believe the second set of videos that we found.
Okay. And you were able to extract those receipts for law enforcement?
Yes.
Were you also able to look at the receipts and verify that they coordinated with the 2 videos that you had given law enforcement?
Yes, because you'll see the time that it happened and the register number. You can relate the 2 together.
Okay, Your Honor, approach. Have you looked at those receipts? Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Receipts from my store on the 23rd of November.
Are those the receipts that you gave to law enforcement related to the video footage? Your Honor, I'd ask that these be marked as states next to exhibits.
Next two exhibits,
Yes, Your Honor.
22 and 23.
All right, Ms. Campbell, I'll direct your attention to the screen behind you. We were unsure on the date earlier, but can you tell me what that date says?
Yes, November 23rd of 2022.
Okay, and Your Honor, for the record, I'm referring to State's Exhibit 23. This is a receipt from the Walgreens at North Market Street?
Yes.
Okay. And payment details, what does this indicate to you right here?
That is the card with the last 4 digits of the card that was used when they purchased the items.
Okay. And would 1:41 p.m. be the correct time of the purchase?
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 22. Again, same thing, is this a receipt that you would pull for law enforcement?
Yes.
And is the date the same, 11/23/22?
Yes.
Would the time of 7:03 p.m. be accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And again, payment details, can you read the last 4 digits of that card?
4189.
Ms. Campbell, are you familiar with the North Shore area?
Fairly. Yes.
Do you know how far away from Tremont Street or the Tremont Apartments the Walgreens that you're the manager at is?
It's within a couple blocks.
Not in front of you. Do I need to disconnect my computer?
Any questions for Mrs. Campbell? Counsel? All right, the first question is, can the jury watch the videos? And the second is, how did you find out the car belonged to Jason and purchased the items? This information will be provided by another witness. Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state's next witness is Scott Miller.
Yes, sir. You're just gonna go right this way?
Yes.
Hey, Kelsey, can we release her?
Will be released for stand court.
Solemnly swear affirm that the testimony that you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Mr. Miller, can you state your full name for the record?
Ibby Thomas, Scott Miller,
Okay, and Mr. Miller, where are you employed?
at 900 Mac Creek Road, which is Signal View Condominiums.
Okay, do you have other jobs?
I do as well, work at Baylor School, provide their securities in the afternoons,
Do you have a background in law enforcement?
somewhat.
Okay. And so you said, let's go back to Mountain Creek Road. What apartment building is at 900 Mountain Creek Road?
Signal View condominiums,
Okay, condominiums. And do you know approximately how many condominiums are there?
484.
Okay, that's a large complex.
Yes.
And how long have you worked as security? At
29
those?
or 30 years.
29?
Yes.
Do you, I wasn't expecting that.
Yes.
I didn't even know that you've been there that long.
Yeah.
Do you also live there?
I do not.
Okay, all right. So as a security officer, if you're called, you have to come actually from your home to?
No, we work there during certain hours.
Okay, what hours do you work there?
At the point in time where this event occurred, we worked from 5 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon to 5 in the morning.
Okay. So in November of 2022, you were obviously working this position.
I was.
And you were working at night?
That is
During
correct.
the night hours?
Yes.
And do you recall being contacted by the Chattanooga Police Department, specifically Officer Mackenzie Pierre,
Yes,
about the family that was in the
That is
in the
correct. He
parking lot?
requested me to come down and speak to him.
And do you recall what the circumstances were?
The found vehicle was the initial, and then obviously the missing person.
Okay. Did you communicate with the family there
I did.
on the grounds? And at some point, were you asked about video footage?
I was.
Does Signal View apartment, the condo complex have video footage?
They do.
Okay, did they at the time in November 2022?
They did.
And when you were asked about if you could look at that, what was your initial response?
I could. The camera footage we used, I couldn't look at from the property because it's, the complex had it installed from the EPB, so the video footage is stored off-site at their server. So I had to go home to access it from my personal computer.
So you can access a camera that was installed by EPD from your actual home?
Yes.
And do you often access that camera when the need arises?
Yes, if I'm questioned about a certain time frame.
And does that happen every so often?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And on this night, did you let the parties or the police know that you were gonna have to go home to look for that?
I did.
Were you instructed by anyone as to what specific time frame you were supposed to look for?
I believe so from the evidence that her mother had provided me from the time frame of when the car had arrived there, that which narrowed down the time frame.
Do you recall at some point the family coming back after their first visit? Did they come back to Mountain Creek?
They
Road?
did. They did.
And what was that for?
We discussed, I believe, footage and then some phone data that they were discussing about how our phone pinged to the different location.
Did you review the video footage there with them?
That footage, I did not because I cannot.
Did you retrieve it at that time for the Pace family, Jasmine's family, or did you later give it to the Chattanooga Police Department?
I remember later to go to the Chattanooga Police Department.
Okay, and do you recall what day that video footage was from?
Oh, I have no idea. You would have to tell me what day it was from.
Okay, so
I just know it was around Thanksgiving.
okay, and you pulled the footage at the request of the Chattanooga Police Department,
Yes,
and it was from the Signal View condos, which
Yes.
you had access to.
that is
All
correct.
right. Can you jump drive? You recognize that jump drive?
I do.
Have you seen what's on there?
I have.
What is on there?
This is footage from the camera that is mounted on the front of the office that aims toward the pond area at the complex.
In fact, did you review that, what was on that jump drive with me as well?
I did.
Okay, did you write your name on there to signify you had seen it?
I did.
Okay, and does it accurately reflect what the property looked like in November of 2022?
It does.
Okay, and is the exact video that you gave to the Chattanooga Police Department?
It is.
I'd ask that this be introduced to the specific judge.
Exhibit 24.
I'm sorry, my colleague reminded me that our jury is not from Chattanooga, they don't know what EPD is. Do you know what EPD is, sir?
It is the electric power board for our, the city-owned electric power board.
Okay, so
They provide security cameras, footage, internet service, and other things.
okay. And at some point, on the video footage, can a vehicle, a white SUV vehicle be seen coming into the property?
That is correct.
In the direction that that vehicle is traveling on the video, is it towards the area that Jasmine Pace's vehicle was located?
Yes, it would be about 100 yards or so away from
Okay.
where it was left.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge?
In case you forget, I don't think she gave me that footage.
Oh,
I've got
Mr. Miller has it.
Oh, you did, okay, thank you.
Mr. Miller, we will likely see that video later, but does the video show an individual getting out of the vehicle?
No, it does not.
Does it show any person driving the vehicle?
It does not. From the angle, it's too far away.
Okay. And how long did it take you to retrieve that video?
Probably a few hours.
And when did law enforcement come back to you their request for it?
Probably the next day.
Okay. You originally had spoken with Officer Pierre of the Chattanooga Police Department?
That is correct.
And you've known him for some time?
Yes, that is correct. We work together on other things.
And was he the officer that it was turned over to, or was it another officer?
No, it was I would term it was a homicide detective.
Okay. And you mentioned a few moments ago that you sort of had a background in law enforcement. What do you mean by that?
I was a reserve officer for the Red Bank Police Department, which is a small municipality in here.
And what years were you a reserve officer then?
I'm going to say from 2010 to 2023.
Okay, and a reserve officer, can you explain what that means?
Yeah, it's the same. You just don't have a set schedule, but you have just full powers, just like a regular law enforcement officer. You just have to be accompanied by a full-time officer.
Okay. And are you still employed at these condominiums?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
You redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Jury, have any questions for Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
No pardon?
Your Honor, give me one moment. Your Honor, this witness will be lengthy. In fact, I'm absolutely confident he'll go into tomorrow. So it's just up to the schedule at this point is up to the court because we'll be able to begin, but certainly won't get through all of this direct examination.
We started a little late today, so I'd like to get as much done as we can today.
Sure. Your Honor, the state would call investigator Zachary Crawford to the stand. Investigator Crawford, can you state your full name for the court's record?
It's Zach Crawford,
Okay, let's talk about yourself for a few minutes. Where are you currently employed?
currently employed at the Chattanooga Police Department.
And how long have you been at the police department?
I started with Chattanooga Police Department in the year 2013.
And when you started in 2013, what position were you in?
At first, I was hired on as a police cadet, where I went through approximately 6 months of training before moving on to a field training program. And then after graduating the field training program, I was employed as a patrol officer at the city of Chattanooga.
And how long were you a patrol officer at the Chattanooga Police Department?
Just a little over 3 years.
And after your 3 years in patrol, what did you do next?
I applied for a position within the major crimes unit, specifically for a homicide position. Through an interview process, I was selected and began training with the homicide unit.
All right, so you've been with the homicide division for how long?
Since 2017.
So, gosh, it's already 2025, so roughly.
About 7.5 years.
You're going on your 8th year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the way that the Chattanooga Police Department works. Do you know roughly how many people work for the Chattanooga Police Department?
The number fluctuates. I think we're somewhere around 427 employees.
Would that be sworn law enforcement
That's correct.
officers? You're not talking about like support staff, you mean sworn officers?
Yes.
Okay, and is the department divided into certain departments or divisions?
Yes.
Will you explain to them how that works?
Yes, so we have multi-tiers within the Chattanooga Police Department. The first line, obviously, is our patrol units, which make up the neighborhood policing. They have 3 different sectors across the city. They're broken into smaller areas to include districts. I think in early testimony you talking about districts. Specifically, in this incident, was mainly in the area of Alpha North. Inside of Alpha North, there are 5 districts. So there's lots of districts throughout the city. So you have neighborhood policing. The other branch of it, you have community policing, you do community events, engagements. You also have special events. You have 2 different branches of the investigating unit. You have organized crime and you have violent crime. I'm assigned to the Violent Crimes Bureau, and that makes up crimes unit, the homicide unit, fugitive, and organized crime has anywhere from our gun team to traffic and some other things along those lines. Besides that, we have internal affairs, and we have multiple other avenues such as recruiting. There's different branches within the police department.
What about property? Where does property fall?
The property division.
Yes, sir.
The property division is located at the Chattanooga Police Department at one of our annex buildings. And all of our property technicians are sworn civilians. They do have a sworn supervisor, a sergeant, so a police officer that oversees the property division at the Chattanooga Police Department.
What you heard Officer Pierre testify, but what typically would patrol, at what point as a patrol officer are you instructed to call someone else?
We have different SOPs or
What's an SOP?
standard operating procedures for different things. One of those is investigations. So depending on what you respond to, what criteria it meets, you would notify the responsible investigator that would potentially respond to that. So any crime that or incident that potentially would require lengthy follow-up, obviously the patrol officer is kind of kept to a specific shift, where that shift is then rotated throughout the week. Obviously they don't have the ability to follow up extensively based on their call load in terms of how many calls are coming out for districts and their areas to follow up on those things. So that's why they would call an investigator out. And that investigator will then conduct a follow-up, whether it's during normal business hours, during after hours. As an investigator, there's many times that we're on call. I know as a homicide unit, we're essentially on call 24/7.
So when a homicide happens, homicide investigators to be called, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, is there a missing persons division?
There is a missing person.
What does that fall under?
That falls under the investigations too. It falls under missing persons, special victims unit, which works primarily children and domestic violence cases. Those teammates work together out of the Family Justice Center.
And then what about crime scene?
Crime scene works under the Violent Crimes Bureau, which is directly involved with the same unit as me. It's the homicide unit. And crime scene, their responsibilities are based on the needs of investigations. So crime scene will never actively go do something without the request of an investigative unit to respond. So certain incidents, whether it be a shooting, they would respond to collect, document evidence on scene and process that evidence, typically by direction of a lead investigator.
Do you know how many missing persons investigators there are at the police department?
There's approximately 4.
Do you know how many, 4 missing persons, do you know how many homicide investigators there are?
Currently, we have 10 homicide investigators.
Would that number have been similar in 2022, or do you recall how many?
Due to the nature of the job in the homicide unit, we have a high turnover rate throughout the years. It has changed, but for a while there, we would have some investigators that wouldn't last more than 2 to 3 years based on the type of incidents that we worked. At the time, I believe it was approximately around 9 or 10.
Okay. And do you know approximately how many investigators are in the crime scene unit?
Approximately 10. The crime scene's a little bit different makeup. Approximately 7.5 years ago, we brought civilian crime scene investigators to the Chattanooga Police Department. And we have slowly transitioned into filling those spots with civilian crime scene technicians. We do have, at this point, I believe, 5 sworn law enforcement crime scene investigators, and the rest are made up by civilian employees.
How many major homicides would you say you've worked? I won't say major, all homicides are major, I apologize. How many homicides would you say you've worked?
As a lead investigator, approximately 26, 27. In terms of how we work investigations, we work as a team within our homicide unit. We try to conduct the best investigation we can. So we assist with pretty much any homicide that happens. So as collectively, with me being there 7.5 years, I've been the lead or assisted with approximately 200 homicide investigations.
How do you become the lead on a homicide investigation?
We have a homicide rotation. We have an on-call schedule that will fill in the gaps of outside of business hours. So I hate to say that we have business hours, we do have based on the nature of the job, but for scheduling purposes, we have an 8 to 4 schedule. From 4 p.m. until 8 a.m. the next day, we have on-call investigators that take the evening shift calls as they come in. And we also have investigators that fill the day shift because we're not sitting around the office doing nothing. So you know which days, if something were to come out, you'd be the investigator to respond to. So we have a normal on-call schedule in terms of daily calls that come out because we don't just work homicides. We work life-threatening assaults where the possibility of death could occur. We work DOAs, which are death upon arrival, or death investigations, essentially that are unknown cause or suspicious in nature. So natural cases we typically don't come out to, such as a heart attack, someone who's 80-something years old, that has maybe extensive medical history. A lot of times we refer or call about those, but we don't respond to those. But any type of shooting, we also respond to as well. That meets our nexus. But any homicide we come out to. We also come out to we work kidnappings, and we also assist with other investigations that potentially have a nexus to the homicide unit. There may be suspicious circumstances around it, whether it be a kidnapping, a missing persons, or potentially a robbery.
Were you and are you the lead investigator in the case of Jasmine Pace?
Yes, I was assigned as the investigator on the case.
From the time that you got involved, let's just say in days after Jasmine's body was located, how many different people in the Chattanooga Police Department would have been involved in an investigation of that scale?
In this investigation, the disappearance and homicide of Jasmine Pace, our entire homicide unit, practically our entire crime scene unit, fugitive investigators were involved. We also had academy class that was active at the time that was going through to become police officers. They assisted with area searches. I requested for our drum team that worked out of the traffic unit at the time to assist in the investigation for scoping further areas. We attempted to employ canines. We reached out to other jurisdictions. We had federal partners, such as the federal marshals, the FBI, also involved. Anything we could do potentially to get answers for the family, we reached out and did.
Can you describe for the jury your initial involvement, including when you first heard the name Jasmine Pace?
Yes. On Sunday, November 27th, 2022, I was actually at home. I wasn't necessarily on call. Like I said, that's a very loose term with our unit. I was at home with my kids. My wife was at work. Detective Siege texted me and asked if I had seen any of the Facebook posts that had been on the internet about the disappearance of Jasmine Pace. I said I had not. He referred me to Facebook, and I actively searched Facebook to look into what he was referring to at that time. I started then reading the Facebook posts by some of the family and friends of Jasmine Pace about what they had potentially discovered at that time and what they had actively posted on the internet. I had a discussion with Detective Seats that we'd be potentially looking into that case based on some suspicious circumstances around her disappearance. I was actually actively looking for childcare at that time to potentially come in and see if I could assist with the investigation. And at approximately 6 p.m. that evening, I was actually called by my supervisor. So approximately about 30 minutes after Detective Siege starts the conversation about it, I was called by my supervisor about the same case, which then I in turn found childcare and came in to assist.
So at the time that you first learned about it, you had not heard from any missing person investigator at the Chattanooga Police Department?
No, I had not.
Are you now aware that they knew about it, they just did not contact anybody from the CPD Homicide Division?
Correct. I didn't find out directly that missing persons was involved until I spoke with my supervisor, Sergeant Emery, who's Lieutenant Emery.
And when you began your involvement, did you initially meet with Jasmine's family?
My first involvement actually called Detective Siege and requested him come in. I was advised at the time of initial response, I was going to respond to the Police Service Center to speak with Investigator Tumlin about his findings in the investigation to see how we could assist and potentially lend our expertise in the matter on how we could potentially help them locate Jasmine Pace, and also potentially go over the details to see if there was anything that was suspicious at the time that potentially could link to something else. So I notified Detective Siege. Lieutenant Emery advised he would be responding as well. I knew that I was going to talk to Investigator Tumlin. Once I responded that evening, just after 7 p.m., to our police station, I was then greeted by Investigator Tumlin, which I had a short conversation about what he had found at that time, because there wasn't much that had been done at that point. And he notified me that the victim's family would be at the police station at around 7:30 p.m., which then I decided to further wait on details till we spoke further with the victim's family.
Did you speak with the victim's family?
I did.
And based on that conversation, did you become aware of Jason Chen?
Yes, I did.
And what was your basis of knowledge as to who Jason Chen was and how he was related to the investigation at that point?
At that point, at the beginning stages of speaking with Investigator Tumlin, reading the Facebook post, and also speaking with the victim's family, I realized that Jason Chen was a potential significant other, whether it was dating or some sort of other type of relationship where they would meet up. I didn't know the exact circumstances other than that they had been talking and seeing each other for a few months. At that point, I did learn that he had not reached out to Investigator Tumlin and the potential, missing person of his significant other.
But Investigator Tumlin was not able to give you very much information, is that correct?
No, he was not.
Did Investigator Blunt ever give you any information?
I never talked to Investigator Blunt due to her not responding and not assisting with the investigation.
Based on information that you received from Jasmine's family, did the Homicide Division seek a search warrant for Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, we did.
And was that search warrant issued?
It was.
And were you present when the search warrant was executed at Jason Chen's apartment?
Yes, I was.
All right, I'm going to start. Can you flip the backlights off? have you turn onto this screen, and we're gonna switch screens in a second. Let me ask you this, at 110 Tremont, the jury's now heard this address many times. Are you familiar with North Chattanooga?
Yes, I am.
How long have you lived in Chattanooga?
Almost my entire life, other than a few years I spent in the military, and a year and a half I lived in Illinois with my wife.
Okay, so were you familiar also with Tremont Road, Tremont Street? Tremont Street as well before this investigation began?
Yes, I was.
Okay. All right. Let's see, you recognize this building?
Yes,
And this is the Tremont Apartments at 110 Tremont Street, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, so I want you to describe here, sort of the layout of the building and the surroundings of the building based on your investigation into Mr. Chen's apartment. If you don't mind, just sort of walk the jury through what we're looking at, what's on the left side, what's on the right side.
Just for, I'll just describe, so this is going to be the actual front of the Tremont Loft Apartments at 110 Tremont Street. The door, you see it here at the bottom, is going to be the main entrance. There's actually a keypad right here, which is the main access into the building. There are 3 separate other exits, the way that they're designed. This would actually be from looking on the left side over here where the cars are direction towards would be north. So the road runs north and south. So this would actually be the west side of the building. On the right side over here on the picture is going to be the south side of the building. There's a parking lot. There's a parking lot area, as you can see, that leads up to the side of the apartment complex. And there's it's hard to tell from the picture, but there's a ramp here to an exit as well. On the north side of the apartment complex, it's very similar setup, with just a little bit smaller parking space. Essentially, you have a few parking spots just around this corner. There's another exit as well. On the back side of the apartments, there's also one more additional exit. But that parking is for an additional location and not those apartments itself. Specifically, this apartment complex we refer to as the North Shore area. If you're not familiar with Chattanooga, it's historically been called the North Shore area. Essentially, we have the Tennessee River that runs through downtown. And the main part of downtown Chattanooga is on the south side of the river. And this smaller community on the north side of it is essentially the North Shore area. This is actually fairly closely located to Coolidge Park, which is right across the road from it.
And Investigator Crawford, over here, I'm showing this little red line. What is this?
That's going to be a dumpster enclosure. At the time that we first served the search warrant, there was 2 blue, large-sized dumpsters that were located inside there.
Did the police department investigate those dumpsters?
We did.
Okay. And looking back at this building, can you help the jury understand where in the building Mr. Chen's apartment was?
Correct. By looking at this, it would actually be on the right side. He was a few apartments deep into the apartment complex, about a third of the way up on the right side. He actually has an opening. I would hate to say it's a balcony, because all it is a metal bars and the sliding glass door opens. So it's not anywhere you can walk out to, but essentially you can open it to have, window access or, air to come in. Just past the walkway exit, the ramp there that I showed before, his apartment, if you're looking at it on the second floor, just to the right.
Okay. Is this location that you're looking at, is it in Hamilton County, Tennessee?
It is.
In the city of Chattanooga, is that correct?
Yes.
So you were present, well, let me ask you one more question about this front door. I think that we can see, but you agree that those are stairs going down to that front door right there?
That's correct.
Okay. You testified that you were present when the search warrant was executed at Jason's apartment, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what time, what day, first of all, what day that search warrant was executed?
Yes, we obtained the search warrant. Detective Seach actually did obtain the search warrant while still speaking with the victim's family at that time. He notified me that he had a signed search warrant for the apartment 210 of Jason Chen's. He subsequently notified me. I subsequently notified crime scene, and we agreed then to respond after we executed the search warrant. Like I testified earlier, approximately half of our crime scene investigators are not sworn employees, so they do not have the ability to carry protection such as firearms. So typical protocol would be that either investigators or patrol officers that have extra layers of protection, potentially on a search warrant, could be high level risk at any time, not knowing if it's occupied at that time or unoccupied. We had officers respond to the area for two reasons: to help with the execution of the search warrant, to assist with safety, and the second part is Officer Clemens is the courtesy officer at these apartments. He doesn't reside in these apartments. He lives at a separate apartment complex that he oversees several apartments, and a courtesy officer is essentially their responsibility to follow up on disturbances after hours, potentially help lock things up, do those types of things. He had a master key, which will allow us not to force entry into the apartment. So upon Officer Clemens' arrival, we were able to further execute that search warrant with a master key that allowed us in apartment 210. At approximately 23:45 hours, which is 11:45 p.m. on the 27th of November 2022, the search warrant was executed upon entering the apartment.
And I'm assuming that you have been involved in the execution of dozens, if not hundreds of search warrants, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In a situation such as this, would you knock first?
In this specific incident, we did, because we don't do no-knock warrants in the homicide unit, and there's also safety skills that we have to abide by in terms of when I execute a warrant. If it reaches a certain level, then we have our SWAT unit serve those search warrants. We do knock, one, to make sure that they know that it's law enforcement coming into their residence, to try to alleviate any type of safety concerns for the owners of the residence and law enforcement themselves as well. So they did knock and announce.
No one was there?
No one was there.
Okay. So then you were able to gain access by the courtesy officer, so you didn't have to make forcible entry?
Correct.
Okay. When you make entry into a residence such as this with a valid search warrant, what are the order of events, if you could describe them to the jury?
Typical process is first is to make the apartment safe for the search warrant. So upon entry is to make sure that no other parties are inside the residence, which gives us the ability to, one, main reason is we're there is we're looking for Jasmine Pace. We're also potentially trying to locate Jason Chen to potentially interview him, see if he has any knowledge of where Jasmine Pace is at. The other part, not only is looking for them, is to make sure no one else is inside that apartment. Potentially remove them so we can do our job in terms of investigating that apartment, potentially trying to locate or collect evidence, and attempt to make observations. So the first thing is to remove any parties outside of the apartment to then start processing or start documenting and processing that location. So at first we would either send, it's a very tough question to ask based on circumstances, circumstantial or different circumstances on who goes inside the apartment to make it, or a residence or whatever it may be to make it safe. If we have a visual inside the entire apartment, then it may just be one or two investigators that show up. But in this specific case, we had patrol officers and homicide investigators that were present. We entered there, made it secure. We requested that all patrol officers to not re-enter that apartment. At that point, we're waiting on our crimes unit to respond to document and collect evidence. After it's deemed safe, the lead investigator and potentially an assisting investigator with the investigation will then conduct a walkthrough of that scene to potentially see items that stand out as potential evidence or things that seem suspicious for two different manners. One is to make sure that we don't attempt to further alter or change the scene, to make sure that, as soon as you walk in, you're not walking into a puddle of blood. Or sometimes in some investigations that we have too, there's potentially a deceased person just on the other side of that door. We don't want any further contaminants or anything altered. And also we're able to make observations that we can pass to the crime scene investigators about what we want collected and documented.
The jury is going to see in a moment and later this week, lots of pictures of Mr. Chen's apartment, Investigator Crawford. They're going to see some pictures where items, one photo of a certain area where it looks different than it does in another photo. Can you explain to them how the photographing and processing of a crime scene works?
Yes. The first stage is the photographing and crime scene location or potential search warrant, whatever it may be. The first set of photographs for documentation purposes is to take general photos of the apartment, potential items of evidence, or things that stick out, or whatever's part of the search warrant that we're executing. They will take photographs of those things. They will then follow those photographs up with a secondary set of photographs with evidence markers. Once they've documented it with photographs and video, they will go back through and place evidence markers on different pieces of evidence. And at that point, they will then take a second photograph of that, and specifically focusing in on whatever that piece of evidence or something that sticks out. We're documenting those specific things with evidence markers, and potentially getting closer up shots. After that, there will be a collection phase. They will document it with evidence markers, close-ups, multi-different angles potentially of those, with the camera. After those items of evidence are collected, or whatever the photograph is taken, those other items are then collected by the crime scene unit where they're documented and placed into bags of evidence at that point. Then we conduct another set of photographs to show the condition of which, once we finish the search, what the residence, apartment, whatever it may be, is left in to document our entire process. There is a possibility that that process continues, where you potentially you do a search at first, items of evidence are collected. Like I said, they'll do the first two phases of documentation of photographs based on potentially what items of evidence are seen or observed. We always attempt to do a second walk-through search of the apartment to make sure we didn't miss anything else. So that process could start again with another set of photos of potentially different set of items that maybe you didn't see an evidence marker there before, but there's an evidence marker there now. So sometimes there's the same angle and it appears that something's been moved. If you were to observe all the photographs chronologically, obviously it would make the most sense. But obviously there's potential, depending on what angle of the photos, you may see a photograph of a notebook in a certain place, and then there's a different angle of the same one, and the notebook's not there, it's potentially been removed as evidence in the case.
Okay, all right, thank you. That was helpful. So if we're talking about a crime scene and you come in after a search warrant's executed and you see this lying on a table, for example, and you can see I've got a piece of paper over a pen. Crime scene may take a photo of this, is that correct?
That's correct.
But then crime scene might remove this and take a photo of this, is that correct?
Correct.
And then crime scene might remove both of these, collect them as evidence, and take a picture of that, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you entered into Jason Chen's apartment, did you have any idea what happened to Jasmine Pace? You didn't know, you didn't know where she was?
No, I didn't know where she was.
And other than the information that you used to obtain the search warrant, you didn't know what had happened?
Correct.
Okay. And the witness. A lot of pictures. I'll try to tell what many there are.
You know, if we can do a batch of pictures, it's fine, scan through them, let her mark them, and you can get into the direct testimony about it.
Ought to be 57.
Yes, Your Honor, if my math is correct.
It'll be 25 through 81.
Investigator
If my
Crawford?
math is correct.
Yeah. We'll go back to mine and see if we're right there. I'll ask you to just take a second and look through these photographs. Investigator Crawford, do you recognize those photos?
I do.
What are they?
The photographs within inside apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street.
Is that Jason Chen's apartment?
That's correct.
Do you recognize those photos as photos that were taken at the time the search warrant was executed on November 28th, 2022?
That's correct.
Do they accurately represent what Mr. Chen's apartment looked like in November of 2022?
That's correct.
And were you present when most, if not all, of those photos were taken?
I believe so.
Your Honor, I'd ask that these photos become State's Exhibits 25 through 80.
25 through 81.
And I know this is going to take
That's okay.
the court reporter a second. I apologize,
Step up and
Judge.
stretch. Take your time. the court reporter in Nashville. This is Lynn, she's our court reporter, Division 3. This is Lawan, she's the clerk. She's kind of the Felix is the air traffic controller for the jury trial courtroom. Lawan is the air traffic controller for all the cases. So you see lawyers talking to her throughout the house. Every now and then we've got students come visit. We've got one here from ETSU visiting with us, criminal justice major. Interested in crime and law. Mason Smith. Now, that's our team. With Randy Biggs. He's also part of the team that's here around the line. Or clerks. Her nickname is Rocket Style. Usually when she shows up in court, something bad is going to happen or about to happen. Some type of rocket style. How's everybody doing in the jury box, by the way? We've got a couple of extra chairs there we don't usually have. You guys on the end doing okay? Okay. I know your chair's a little close to the edge there, so be careful. Don't roll off. Six tonight.
I counted incorrectly, Your Honor.
20 copies for 58 pictures, 20 copies for 82. Okay, 20 copies for 82.
All right. If you'll turn around to the screen behind you. Jury's actually already seen this picture, but this is a duplicate, which is State's Exhibit 26. What is that?
It's a photograph of the front door of apartment 210 at 110 Tremont Street.
All right, Investigator Crawford. You begin a search like this with just a naked eye search, is that fair to say?
Gloves and a flashlight.
And in a case such as this, is blood one of the things with your naked eye that you'd be looking for?
Be one of the things.
Upon the initial entrance into Mr. Chen's apartment, did anyone with a naked eye locate any blood?
I did.
Just with no specificity around what areas?
The first observance that I observed was in the living room area of the apartment, specifically behind the futon-style couch that was there on the floor. It was the first area that I observed.
What is Blue Star?
Blue Star reagent is a chemical that is used in the detection of blood. Specifically, it's used to detect the presence of blood that's not visible to the naked eye. Essentially, it shows when it reacts. Blue Star reacts to the blood. It shows the presence of blood if it was cleaned up, or cleaned or wiped, or not.
And can you explain to the jury how Blue Star actually works when an investigator comes in?
In simple terms, they mix the chemical solution and they spray it upon surfaces with a spray bottle. At which point, if there is something such as there's blood, you will see a chemical reaction that occurs through a process called luminescence. Essentially, you'll see a bright blue or potentially white coloration that comes up similar to neon coloration.
And if it illuminates in that bright blue or white, does that indicate the presence of blood?
Yes, it can.
In this case, was Blue Star employed soon after entry was made into the apartment?
Blue Star wasn't applied at first. We first had to document the scene. Specifically, if there was large areas of blood, there would be no need to spray it with Blue Star. There would be potentially just swabs of where that are samples taken. So first you have to potentially document the scene in multiple avenues, potentially look for areas of services that you would be interested in to see if blood had been cleaned up in that area.
But did you do that in this case?
We did.
When you do that, are the lights supposed to be off?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to introduce these photos. They are going to be on the big screen. However, the state has purchased this TV because it's hard to see on the screen. Some of the colors are not correct. Within the court's comfortability and the jury's, I like the lights to be turned off in the courtroom.
Off?
Yes, Your Honor.
See how dark that gets. Something like that, General, that work for you?
If that's what the court's comfortable with.
Turn them all off. That's far as that's.
Okay, all right,
dark.
can't get them all, all right. So again, Investigator Crawford, I will have them on this back screen, the next photos I'm going to show, but I'm also going to have them here. And would the court allow the jury to stand up if they can't view this TV well enough?
Absolutely. Any juror can't see the evidence that someone wants to refer to, or any attorney, raise your hand and be sure to stand up and move around if you need to, within the 3 months.
Investigator Crawford, do you recall who employed Blue Star at the apartment that day?
I do.
Who was it?
Investigator Johnson with our crime team.
And you were present for that?
I was.
On the large screen and on this screen is State's Exhibit 25. Investigator Crawford, was that represent to you? Paul is gone.
General, if moving the TV closer to the jury will help. Feel free to do that. I can watch it on the big screen.
Okay. Crawford, did this indicate to investigators that there is a possible presence of blood in what are the blue areas?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 27. Again, another photo that shows blue star reaction.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 28. More blue star reaction. You can actually see it up there better than in this photo. State's Exhibit 29. What? 29. State's Exhibit 29. I haven't been moving it on my computer. I'm sorry, that's my fault. This is State's Exhibit 29 on both TVs. The blue spots indicative of flood.
Shows a positive reaction.
State's Exhibit 30. Where in Mr. Chen's apartment are we standing at this point, Investigator Crawford?
Currently, this photograph is taken from perspective inside of the single bedroom. It's actually pointing down through what appears to be a hallway. It's actually, what you see is that the lighter colored area at the bottom of the photograph is going to be a carpeted area. You see a door frame. Just past that is a tiled area. It's going to be a small bathroom on the left-hand side. Essentially, you have a shower. On the right-hand side, you have a toilet, sink, and mirror. Directly through that goes into the living room and kitchen area back towards the front door of the residence.
And on the television screen, if General Moyle has, you'll have to look here because you can't see it up there because the lighting's not good. There's a piece of carpet missing.
That's correct.
Who did that?
Crime scene.
Collected that piece of carpet as evidence?
Yes, it did.
Okay. State's Exhibit 31. Again, same view, just different lighting.
That's
in
correct.
Mr. Chen's bedroom.
That's correct.
What you can see in this right-hand side over here, is that Mr. Chen's bed?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 32. What is this object?
That's going to be on the back side of the front door of the residence.
Right when you walk in?
That's correct. As soon as you walk in.
State's Exhibit 33. Another angle, same doorway?
That's correct.
This shows State's Exhibit 34. This shows a little bit of different angle. Again, you can now see this, the removal of this carpet was done by the crime scene unit.
Yes, that's correct.
For what purposes would that have been?
During the initial walkthrough and documentation of the scene, we observed a dark reddish brown discoloration on the carpet that was consistent with blood. They collected that carpeted sample at that time prior to Blue Star being administered. They wouldn't want Blue Star administered to potentially saturate that blood or potentially do anything to it at that time.
Okay, and then lastly, State's Exhibit 35.
That's going to be a photograph of the bathroom sink inside of that small bathroom area. You can see, if you might have a laser pointer.
Say that again?
Laser
Oh,
pointer.
no, sure.
Since this one is, there's multiple areas of, do you mind if I approach the screen?
No, go ahead. If the court doesn't mind.
Please step down. Be sure to speak up, investigators, so the jury can hear you, and the court can hear you.
Yes. Sorry, the laser light was activating with the TV. Inside this photograph, you will see a picture of, like I said, the bathroom sink inside of the single bathroom inside of the apartment. On the photograph, it may be hard to tell from where you're sitting, but there's multiple areas where you see a positive Blue Star reaction. You can see this bright colored area here. If you back out, on the sink itself. You can see the reaction on top of the sink. And here it appears to be shading product right there. If you look down in the sink, you can actually see what appears to be a positive reaction inside the sink when we put it down towards the drain.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Your Honor, the last one you turned back on is now the condition of the drain. Mr. Crawford, you mentioned, talking about that carpet, you mentioned discoloration. Were there multiple spots of discoloration on the carpet that you could see with the naked eye?
Yes.
And in your experience as a homicide prosecutor, what did the discoloration appear to be?
That's it.
What else?
Prosecutor.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you are not a prosecutor. As an investigator, in your years of experience, what did that discoloration appear to be?
Blood.
So is that one way, the discoloration on the carpet, is that one way the crime scene would have known what areas of carpet to collect?
Correct. Obviously, the discoloration, the reddish brown color, depending on the different stages, how fresh it is, how old it is, if it had been potentially being cleaned up, any areas that have been presumable blood were essentially collected at that time.
You saw in a lot of those photos there was yellow markers and yellow tape. Who did that?
Or crime scene.
Is that how they evidence what they have collected and what stands out to them as possible evidence in the case?
Whether it was their observation or an investigator's observation, such as myself asking certain items to be documented and collected, they use the yellow evidence markers to document those during photographs.
When would you say that this investigation became a homicide investigation?
Upon first spray of the Blue Star reagent, I was actually standing in the kitchen area. Upon the first administration of the Blue Star reagent, upon first spray, it illuminated an extremely large area inside of the living room area. The most I'd seen at that point in my homicide career, and seen that intense and that wide of an area in terms of reaction to Blue Star.
All right, we're going to go through some other photos. I'll try to go as quickly as possible. They'll all be behind you from this point forward. Investigator Crawford. All right, so again, just orient on State's Exhibit 36, just orient the jury.
This is going to be a photograph documenting the front doorway, specifically where the locking mechanism goes into the door. We document every time we enter in to document if there's signs of forced entry. Standard practice to document them.
Upon entry into the apartment, did you smell any odors of marijuana?
No.
In your experience, both in patrol and as an investigator, have you had the chance to smell marijuana?
Yes, I have.
In raw form?
Yes.
And in smoked form?
Yes.
And did you smell it in this apartment in any form?
No.
State's Exhibit 37 is just a photo of the door. Did you witness any forced entry, signs of forced entry on the door, or the photo number 36 or 37?
No, not your typical signs of forced entry. There's scratches on the door frame, but they're not truly indicative of forced entry.
Are we, this State's Exhibit 38, are we looking in from the front door?
That's correct. This is the point of view as you enter through the front door of the apartment. Once again, it's been described as a shotgun-style apartment. It's not, it's more long than it is wide. Essentially, you can see the 3 or 4 separate rooms, however you want to describe it. The living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, and then the entry into the back bedroom. This is taken from approximately the same location in just a slightly different angle. That then starts to capture the right side of the apartment, or the west side of the apartment.
And that's photo 39. This is State's Exhibit 40. Again, now we're just panning over to the right. You'll see that desk chair. What's in front of that desk chair that you can't see in this photo?
Just this side of it?
Yes, sir.
It would be the
Yes,
desk.
chair. The desk.
That's correct.
Okay. State's Exhibit 41. What are we looking at?
This is going to be a photograph from over top of the futon. Back, it's documenting what's on top of the futon, specifically a bottle of isopropyl alcohol, a pack of paper towels, and some no minor.
And I'm going to go back to, see, this would be State's Exhibit 39. You can see in this picture the couch looks different.
Correct.
What happened between 39 and Exhibit 41, which was this?
The first set of photographs are the documentation of the scene as to how we found it, being the investigators upon the execution of the search warrant. The second picture is after we've documented the scene and documented the potential items of evidence that we first deemed potentially needed or we were going to need based on the search warrant we were executing. After that's conducted, we then conduct a search of the residence. Because first we document things in plain view without attempting to open or do anything to potentially alter the scene. A search has then been conducted where now you see that the black duffel bag has been removed. And once we removed that black duffel bag, it showed us this bottle of isopropyl alcohol and the paper towels.
So going back to State's Exhibit 40, you're saying the black bag is what I'm circling here. It says Nike on it.
That's correct.
And then 41 would show what was underneath that bag, which is what you can see depicted in this photo.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 42. In this photo from the door, you can now see the defendant's desk.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 43. Now, would we be standing nearer to the desk, looking back towards Mr. Chen's bedroom?
Yes, that's correct.
Photo of the kitchen in Mr. Chen's house. State's Exhibit 44.
Yes, that's correct.
Standing in front of the bar, State's Exhibit 45 in Mr. Chen's apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
What do you recall what's in that high value box right there?
It's essentially industrial saran wrap, like packaging wrap that you would find that potentially people would wrap like pallets or larger objects with.
State's Exhibit 46 is a photo of Mr. Chen's kitchen with cabinets open.
That's correct.
Another angle, State's Exhibit 47.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 48 is a photo of the kitchen counter, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 49 is a zoomed in photo of that counter with a Band-Aid box.
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 50 is a closer photo of the Band-Aid box.
Yes.
State's Exhibit 51 would be from the other side of the kitchen looking back, is that correct?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 52 is a photo of a small laundry room in Mr. Chen's apartment.
Yes, that's correct.
Were there clothes in that washing machine right there?
And there's a pair of gray sweatpants, so.
State's Exhibit 53, taken probably close to the laundry machine, looking back into Mr. Chen's bedroom.
Yes, that's correct.
This is a photo of Mr. Chen's bathroom sink.
Yes, that's correct.
That is State's Exhibit 54. Another photo of the bathroom sink. Again, why, one more time for the jury, why would this photo 55 have had nothing on the sink and 54, which you can see here, would have had things on the sink?
Once again, once the search was conducted, Items have to be moved sometimes to see what's under them. Whether, in this case, obviously to see multiple items stacked upon each other to see every item under, or potentially see if other evidence, such as potentially blood or anything else, is potentially located. Obviously, those items have to be removed. At which point, that's why you see what appears to be men's boxer briefs on the floor.
In this photo, do you know what that item is?
It's a box of Band-Aids.
Close-up of Mr. Chen's sink is exhibit 56.
That's correct.
A photo of the light switch in Mr. Chen's bathroom is 57. What's significant about this photo?
You can see just under the left light switch, you can see a dark discoloration. To my naked eye at the time, I observed that potentially blood transfer.
This is exhibit 58. Again, we've seen this from different angles. You can begin to see where the tile meets the carpet here, which brings us to State's exhibit 59. What is significant about this photo, Investigator Crawford?
In this specific photo, there's at least two different things location-wise. In the specific grout line, directly in the middle here, you can see a dark discoloration that has a reddish-brown tint that leads into the edging of the carpet, specifically right here. To my naked eye, I believe that to be blood, to be the presence of blood stuck in the grout. The second part, you can start to see at the edge of the carpeted area and the tile area is another dark discoloration up here, which also, to my observations, is reddish brown and consistent with blood as well.
And Investigator Crawford, I'll call your attention over here to the grout on the left. You can see on the bottom is darker than the top. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So when you say dark discoloration, do you mean the difference potentially between this and that, or this and that?
Correct. If you were to see, just seeing these two pictures without seeing the rest of the grout lines, you could clearly tell that in this middle section between the bedroom and the kitchen/living room area, you could see a dark discoloration that was different than the other side, maybe closer to the actual toilet, which they were appeared. It all appeared someone attempted to clean it up. It didn't appear that it was completely fresh, but I knew that my experience with home ownership that grout is obviously extremely difficult to clean unless you know exactly what you're doing.
Since exhibit 60 is just a photo of Mr. Chen's shower.
That's correct.
Since exhibit 61, another photo looking into the shower.
Correct.
Since exhibit 62, another view from the bathroom into the shower.
That's correct.
All right, now, State Exhibit 63. This is a new picture for the jury. Can you describe where we're at?
This photograph would have been taken from essentially the bathroom area looking into the single bedroom. On the right side, you can see the cabinetry, you can see a TV, you can see the carpeted area. Directly up back is the, I'll call it the balcony, no it's not. You can see the sliding glass door that opens up. To the left, you can see what appears to be the ending of Jason Chen's bed. You can also see things that we observed in the carpeted area. Specifically earlier, we observed the pictures that were taken from his room when the Blue Star reagent was applied. In those pictures, you can see a small carpeted section that had been cut out in the form of a square/rectangle. That specific location is right here in the picture. Tell from there, there's a dark red, brownish discoloration right here. We believe to be suspected blood as well.
State's Exhibit 64. So a closer up, investigator, but I want to stop here for a second. At some point, the jury may see more similar photos, but in these cabinets, what types of belongings were in these sets of cabinets here?
It's essentially matching style cabinets. You have normal open cabinets with small shelvings in the top ones. Like a two-part cabinet. The bottom ones are set up essentially like a closet. you've got a coat hanger that runs, and put their, t-shirts, pants hanging from them. So you'll see clothes within those. You'll see other items, larger items that maybe not be clothes that are shoved in under bottom, as potential storage space. And you'll also see the pull-out drawers, which I would say typically based on the dynamics of the apartment, will be where people have other items of clothes as well.
This cabinet on the right, what was located in the bottom, underneath what would have been hanging clothes, what was located in the bottom part of that cabinet?
There was a small travel size suitcase, which you would assume to be like a 1 to 2 day venture. They make, typically there's 3 different normal sizes for suitcase. You have the extremely large one, 50, 52 inches. Then it goes down to approximately 10 inches to around a 40-inch suitcase. And then below that, you have your 30-inch, essentially the ones you could actually pack on an airline. At the bottom of that, there was a Samsonite small suitcase that was located there.
You're familiar with the suitcase that this case was found inside of?
Correct.
Was this suitcase smaller than that one?
This case was, yes.
And then in the other cabinet on the left-hand side, underneath what would be the hanging clothes, what was located in that space?
A void.
Nothing?
There was a gap where I believe something was possibly there based on the rest of the dynamics of the room, on how the clothes are hanging, how things were put there. I believed on how things were stored there, that there was a void that at the time I believed to potentially be, they say, not the initial walkthrough during the morning hours around 7:45 a.m. on the 28th. That's when I made the observation that it was potentially a suitcase, and it's for the fact of the square section that was missing was consistent with the suitcase size. Most people, when they have travel size suitcases, the smaller ones, they also have the larger ones. Sometimes they come in sets, sometimes they don't. But I know that most people have, especially if they fly, will have several different sizes of suitcases, more than just a small size. So I believe at that time it was potentially a suitcase or maybe another larger duffel bag of some sort that would require, a square section.
65, just another angle there where we can now see the end of Mr. Chen's bed. Again, those windows would point out to the parking lot on the right side of the building if you're looking in front of the building.
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 66 is a photo of Mr. Chen's bed. You can see some type of drapery on the wall to the left, or some type of art that's hanging. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what can you? I'm not sure if there should be another photo. Exhibit 67. This again just would depict some of that dark discoloration that you've already testified to.
Yes, that's correct.
68 is a closer up. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, we're back looking the other way in the apartment. Do you see something on the bed there at the top left corner?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a knife with a kitchen-style knife with a sheath on top of it.
That states Exhibit 70, Judge. I apologize. Just a different angle of the bed.
That's
Investigator
correct.
Crawford. That states Exhibit 71. Another angle inside the room, looking at the tapestry on the wall, 72. Correct?
That's correct.
Yet another angle of that tapestry on the wall in 73.
That's correct.
Now, in Exhibit 74, we are looking at what?
This would be on the right side of the bed is the picture we're looking at. If you're coming into the room, it'd actually be the far left-hand side of the room. This will be a little bedside drawer set. Essentially, you'll see shoes, socks, and other items that were beside the bed.
Were you able to determine what this is on the wall?
It was, to my knowledge, it was tested and didn't show a presence of blood.
It just looked like some kind of dirt.
Well, it looked more like a substance such as a spill of some sort, potentially that would have fallen and not properly cleaned up.
Okay, we don't know.
No, no.
State's Exhibit 75, again, just another angle, correct, looking at those closets.
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 76, is this with one of the closets opened?
That's correct.
Do you recall which side this was?
This will be on the right-hand side, or the first one you come into the room would be the one directly right there.
And what is this item right here?
They are green hand towels, Better Home and Garden.
Exhibit 77, when you said Better Homes and Garden, you mean the name brand?
Yes, a Walmart brand.
Is that a close-up of that?
That's correct.
And can you actually see where it says distributed by Walmart?
That's correct.
Exhibit 78. Say, in the bedroom, is this in the bedroom?
Yes, that's correct. It's depicts more of what I observed to be potentially blood transfer to the light switch area. You can see it on the floor plate, the switch, and just directly beside it on the wall. The brownish red color discoloration.
These next four may be difficult to see on the screen, but we'll try. This is 79. Can you see what's depicted in this photo? And actually, you can see this version too, Investigator Crawford, if that helps at all.
There's a few things in this photograph.
Here's this.
Once again, there appears to be potential blood transfer to the bottom edge of the doorway. You can see small speckled areas there. On the floor, you can see discolorations that are reddish brown as well, that are consistent with blood transfer from somebody's foot.
Is it fair to say, Investigator Crawford, that in this photo, the physical photo, that spot there, this spot appears to be more red in color?
Correct. The photograph depicts it better than the screen.
States Exhibit number 80. Again, here I can give you this in this photo. This, what's significant about this photo?
First is the documentation of hair on the ground. And then there's also further discolorations, which appear to be blood transfer as well.
States Exhibit 81, this is where this photo is going to be more helpful to you, Investigator Crawford. Use that to point out the significance of that photo.
There's another discoloration here as well, and here as well. The projector doesn't show the red discoloration as you see it in the photographs.
And then lastly, States Exhibit 82. That helps you. What would that photo signify?
It's more blood transfer on the floor in the living room / kitchen area.
Your Honor, we approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a good stopping spot for the state's crew to go let you go. Being sequestered, a lot of the jury instructions I typically have to give about not being exposed to media hopefully won't be an issue, but I do have to tell you, you still can't communicate with anyone about this case at all, not even fellow jurors. It includes court officers, the bailiff. That includes the lawyers, court, your own thoughts, opinions, or reactions. I think it would be hopefully impossible for you to research this. You never know, you may get exposed by something you see in TV in a bar, so you cannot let yourself be exposed to that if possible. Do not form or express anything about the court until we submit it to you for deliberation for all the proof. Were you taking dinner tonight? You know where they're going for dinner? Yes, sir. Where are you going? Okay. Please enjoy dinner tonight. I know I will. With that, I'll excuse you. We'll try to start around 9:30, so court officer will have you back in court probably around 9:15. On the stand, just don't discuss your testimony with anyone in the meantime. All right, thank you. Any matters to be discussed before we break for the evening? State or defense?
Your Honor, may we approach one more time?
Yes, ma'am. Anything else before us? Okay. So as far as the actual trial matter, you can give me that research, Mr. Weiss, and I'll instruct the state accordingly. But as far as any other matters to discuss on the record, no. All right, the court's in recess till 9.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored.